Boleh lah, sebisanya dulu aja. Itu versi yang mana sih? Versi bukan yang Sundanya kan?
Bahasa Sunda.
Tapi bukan yang dari materi Kang Didin, bukan ya?
Bukan, kalau Kang Deddy yang Mataram.
Ada juga sih, tapi bahasa Sunda. Saya belum ngecek, tapi nggak apa-apa, sok coba dulu aja.
Sidang nanti juga ada beberapa ya.
Alright.
Cek. Cek.
Ini temannya Samara belum kelihatan, Kak. Teman si Ara siapa aja? Mah, pakai kursi aja, mah. Pakai kursi aja. Hah? Masuk, nggak bisa tuh. Masuk kamu kenyang-kenyang kelasnya gimana tuh? Udah masuk? Saya bisa langsung masuk Zoom ini. Suara saya udah masuk Zoom berarti, Van? Udah masuk ya? Cek, cek. Hi Emma, good morning. Cek, cek. Hello Emma, good morning. Can you hear me, Emma? Wow. I think we can see you from Cirebon.
I can see you from Alice Springs.
All right. I'm still checking your sound. We just want to make sure that all of us can hear you from the office. So, would you like to say something first so we can check the quality of the sound, Emma?
Sorry, did you just need me to do some chatting?
Yeah, it's still echoing here in the office. I think you have to continue talking for 10 seconds. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Well, welcome to my home here in Alice Springs.
Wow.
It's we're in the morning of Saturday. So
Saturday morning.
We've got a lovely overcast.
All right,
Yes.
all right. Yeah, I think.
But it's getting warmer.
Is there any echo from here, Emma? Arfan, I think we're still having the echo here. Wait a second. The echo is quite strong. Yeah, I think. Can you say something more, Emma? Just one more time.
Sure. So I think we're expecting some rain today, which is always an event in the desert. So,
Okay.
That's all exciting.
Ya. Oke, dan. Gimana, Van? Udah oke belum suaranya? Belum terlalu besar ya? Dari Emma-nya? Belum terlalu loud. Alright. Okay. Okay, I think no, the echo is too strong. Okay, then we can run the show, Emma. So right now I'm sitting here with my intern students at the office, and I have been assisted by my students, 7 semester students, now doing the macro teaching program at school. And then the 5th semesters and the 3rd semesters doing the internship here at the office. And they are working on a daily basis as interns at the office. And most of them are working on the administrative stuff and also the digital content creation. So right now we have 6 presenters, 6 key presenters that will give a talk about their research ideas, but the co-authors are also present with us this morning. But I will introduce all of them to you later. I'm going to start the more formal introduction of the event first. All right, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everybody, and a very good morning and a very good afternoon to all of you, especially to Emma, my good friend, who is now still in the Alice Springs, and a very good afternoon to everyone joining us from across Indonesia, Australia, and beyond. My name is Lala Bumelos Dimantara, and it is both an honor and a responsibility to welcome you to today's online workshop. And the title of the workshop is Beyond the Hype, Student Researchers Navigate AI in Language Education. So most of my students are working on the AI-related research ideas at the moment. And we gather at a very pivotal time across the world, and especially in our 2 nations. Artificial intelligence is reshaping how we teach, how students learn, and even how we imagine the role of the English teachers in Indonesia. And here in Indonesia, where digital infrastructure is expanding rapidly but remains uneven, I guess, our pre-service English teachers are eager to innovate. I believe my students are all innovators. Yet they also ask this big question, Emma. Will AI support my students' humanity and replace my professional judgment? So we've been talking about this topic for almost a month now. And meanwhile, in Australia, I believe where indigenous knowledge systems have long emphasized relational, place-based learning, and educators like our guests today are questioning whether AI tools to really serve all learners or only those who fit the algorithm's hidden assumptions. I think our guest speaker today, Dr. Emma Skubag, is a very experienced researcher and teacher in her profession. So we would love to hear a lot of stories behind what you're doing there in Alice Springs. And I think today is not about showcasing the polished research. It's about building critical curiosity, and it's about undergraduate students. All of them are my students. Many of them future English teachers, and I encourage them to ask uncomfortable questions such as, whose voices are amplified by artificial intelligence and whose are erased? And can a chatbot understand the emotional weight of a poem? And what does teacher agency mean when lesson plans are auto-generated? Or what does teacher agency mean when even curriculums are auto-generated? And we are deeply honored to be in dialogue with Dr. Emma Louise Skubag, everyone, scholar whose work bridges critical call, indigenous education in Central Australia, and a profound commitment to human-centered technology. And her reflections will not give us easy answers, I hope, but they will help us ask better questions, because during my PhD, it's not actually about finding answers, right, Emma, but it's about asking better questions from time to time. So that's very critical in the development of my research ideas. And our students, 5 of them are from English language teacher education, and there's only 1 student from, Ara, what's your major? Society development, all right. And they are exploring AI not as a magic solution, but as a mirror, one that reveals our values, our biases, and our hopes for more just emotionally aware classrooms. I forgot to tell you, Emma, that the research conducted by Tamara or Ara is about women empowerment in relation to the traditional dance in Cirebon. So that will also a very interesting topic to talk about. So as we begin, I invite you all to to lean into skepticism with care, innovation with humility, and dialogue with openness. Because we believe that the future of English language teaching will not be written by algorithms alone, but by teachers who remember that language is not just code, but connection. And with that, let us move beyond the hype and into the heart of what matters. Thank you so much. So, Emma, that's the introduction. And the show is yours after you complete your presentation. And then we can ask 6 students of mine to give their talk, so we can have the discussion later on. Thank you, Emma. The show is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Lala. And yes, I've been so excited to have a conversation with you all, and I guess it is about exactly what Lala's just spoken about, that it's not code, but how do we develop these connections, and that connecting to understanding, connecting to meaning, connecting to our spiritual natures. And I'm really excited to hear more from the students today, and I've just had a very quick scan of the abstracts that have come through. So you know, we're all in this together. We're all creating this next iteration of the world together. So yeah, there's just so much that we can talk about today. Thank you for having me here, Lala. We've been friends now. I think it was Cirebon back in September of 2018.
Right.
I was visiting
Yeah.
with you,
Yeah.
and was part of my field work, as a little bit of field work. I was honoured to be invited to your university and to spend some time with your amazing students and also dance masters and dance
Right.
maestros as well.
Yeah.
So I might just kind of rewind a little bit because I feel like I jumped ahead. I'm going to try and now this is where I'm not as adept at the technology as perhaps some of you are,
Yeah.
and I'd like to share my screen. So I'm just going to attempt to do that. It says share.
Okay.
Now I'm wondering what it's going to share. Okay. Right, saying enabling sharing, so that's good. Right. So, Nala, is there something that I'm not really sure at this point. I'm looking around the screen for the sharing issue.
We are trying to
All right.
make you as a co-host here.
Yeah,
So yeah,
fine.
1 second.
I've just yeah, can't see anything there at this point. I'm going to send you through the updated slides just in case. Okay. Okay, so I've sent you through that presentation again, Lala, which is the updated version. I can't see anything at the moment.
Wait a second, Anya. Wait a second. I'm working on this.
Okay, great. Okay, let me know when you can, when it looks good. I might just say that, just to step backwards a little bit, I decided that, because I'm teaching in the classroom at the moment, so I have, I guess, started teaching. I graduated with my undergrad at the end of 2013, but what I was noticing in the year or two after that were students that had their mobile devices in the classroom, and it was like they had just completely disappeared from the space. It was like this shell of a human was in front of me, and it actually was the provocation for my PhD research, because I thought, if this human is so invested in this device that they're holding and they've become kind of part of what this mediated space is, what's happening to the human? Are they able to, at that young age, do they have enough information, or what is it about being human that would allow them to refute or become critical, or just to be completely overwhelmed by the information that was coming through this little device that was being held in their hand? So I was wondering, what is like happening with this generation that's coming through that are completely immersed in digital technologies? Because I grew up in the age where where the computers were just coming online with schools being able to access, like we went down to the university, for instance, and used their computer lab. And that was like a major excursion that we were allowed to participate in back in the 80s. So that kind of moment of what's happening to the human, what's happening to our education system when we're allowing students to just have completely unfettered access to this other world. Now, Australia, may have heard, has brought in laws now where I think it's around about November, December, children under the age of 16 will not be able to access social media. And this is the first regulated, I guess, regulated by government move in, I believe, in the world, where children are going to be blocked from just having unfettered access to social media. So rewind a bit further, I thought, okay, so this is happening to students, and I know that there's some precious parts of us as humans that I guess without a digital device we need to cultivate and draw on. So how is it that people that have not grown up 24/7 with digital technologies, what do they rely on? And so my research was with people using digital technology in Darwin Harbour, just as a case study, to find out what it was, what were they able to do or not do, or what were the tensions that were going on with using that digital technology.
Emma, sorry. You can now share your screen, I guess. Yeah, it works now. You can share your screen now. Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
It's okay. Is it share notes option? What would it be, Lana? Okay, all right, great, thank you.
All right.
Like it's coming up. Brilliant, thank you. Are people able to see that screen that says centering humanity in the algorithm? Lala, is that screen, is that slide come up?
Does it work? Yeah, we can see the slides.
See the slides? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So, sorry for the interruption there, everyone. So it became about asking the questions of people and being able to tune in to what the performances were really with the digital technology, what the human was doing with this particular device. So it was really about how could I listen to that? How do humans tune in? What is the attunement with the body and the device? Now, I guess in terms of bringing that forward just a little bit more, because this was prior to ChatGPT really kind of coming on the world stage and it becoming really accessible to most people to even know what it was and is. The provocations of now what is AI and the human and the interfaces that we deal with to, I think it's what makes us better humans? You know, what is it that actually allows us to become more productive, more creative humans? What is it that we can extend ourselves into so that, I mean, the impetus of the technology is around amplifying our ability to work more efficiently or to create, you know, new worlds. But, you know, as that human has been inserted into the technology, what has happened? And I think that's what I'm really interested to hear from the students today about what they're finding, what you're finding in your research, what you're curious about. Now I have here two images. The image of the robot is something that I came across in Jakarta Airport. It was a little greeting robot, and you may have seen that. And then this beautiful dancer that was part of an experience with the Losari Topeng, and seeing the movement, kind of what you can see juxtaposed here against these two, I guess, entities in a way. So the Losari Topeng I began to think of in this amazing opportunity where Lala and his team were able to host this inquiry was, I was so curious about what was going on in this incredibly rich, traditional, dynamic, there's so much that I picked up just by sitting there in that body-to-body performance and taking in what it felt like and smelt like, and the sounds of the instruments that were playing, the music that was crackling on the kind of stereo that I think we got interrupted a couple of times. I don't know, there was an issue with that even working at one point. And then these incredible devices, these mediators, these masks, and the ability for this to become a transformative moment where a human uses this device to become transformed. There was such a palpable shift in the room that I felt when these masks were brought in. And what was it that was going on between the dancer, the mask, and the more than human that I felt were some of the components in that dynamic that was going on. So I guess there were some surprises for me, just being able to be there embodied and being honoured by meeting these amazing communities of dancers. I guess also what came out as a surprise in my results, the results part of my PhD, was that it wasn't really just about that human and that device, that particular digital technology. It became about the whole of the ecology that was going on. So for instance, in Darwin Harbour, the mangroves, the sense of the mud, not just the human and the crocodiles and the sounder devices that were being used in the boats, but it was this whole kind of body attunement, the attunement to a multi-species cacophony of embodied voices. So that kind of ended up generating this thing of, there became more questions. And as Lala says, to lean in more and to become even more curious about, okay, so now we've got to this level, what do we do with these even more intriguing questions in some ways? And I don't know if some of you have seen a sound desk or a sound console. This is part of a time when I was involved with music and production, and it seemed to me that there is a rhetoric across our nation about so much emphasis on this kind of digital technology, or a focus. It's like turning up a certain channel in the mix, and it becomes very loud and very top heavy in the mix. But there are so many other channels here that have been lessened or need to be brought up further in the mix. So to me, this is a kind of visual picture of the ways that I guess governments and people who write curriculum, and perhaps how we try and categorise or deal with what do we do where we feel like this is the big new thing on the scene that we have to get a handle on. And I suppose that kind of leads me into this next, this next point about, I think, Lala, you mentioned that there was expanding but uneven, there was an expanding but an unevenness about the way that we are travelling into this new exploration and collaboration with AI. Just as a kind of snapshot of where I've been and where I am currently, here in Central Australia, our local custodians, our traditional custodians, and the First Nations groups that we have here, there is actually a very disparate kind of disconnection. In Australia, we call it, it's kind of labelled, there's this intention to close the gap with our First Nations peoples here. And in some ways, it's a bit of a deficit discourse. It tends to lump our First Nations into our Western standards are here and your kind of First Nation standards are way down here, and we've somehow got to get your standards up to our standards. So it's quite a difficult position to have, particularly when, as an educator, you're dealing with children in your class, students in your class who have so much intelligence, so many multiple intelligences going on, and yet there is a Western system imposed upon them that they should have literacy and numeracy and all of the things that are going to absolutely undergird and ensure a success for them in our culture, like as if they want to participate in this particular culture in this particular way. And our NAPLAN standards have declined as well. I think even as recently as July, there is talk around, what is what's going on? Like every year, our literacy and numeracy standards across the nation are dropping. Why is that? Why is that? Like we have some deep discussion to do here in Australia around what is occurring in classrooms with amongst teachers, between teachers and the curriculum, between families and their own children, with how they come to school and how they support them in their education. Where in this mix of everything do these kind of faults, and I say that in inverted commas, where are these faults occurring? And so it's something that nationally is being grappled with here as well. But anyway, I say that to then jump into this particular slide around the critical reflections on digital tools that I've experienced in this bilingual or multilingual space of education here in Central Australia. And I was inspired to participate in a local school that had speaks in 4 local Aboriginal languages and English. And during my time there, we ran 2 projects. One was about a storytelling project where children were learning different digital tools in order to be able to tell their local stories, so dreaming stories. That was one very short pilot that we ran. And then the second project was, so In Digital was the name of that company that came and helped us understand and roll out some of that technology. The second project was with Culture Tech, and that was about an embedding of digital technologies and tools into the school so that the children had iPads, that staff, including our language teachers and our co-educators who were family members, would come into the school and feel comfortable around how to use some of these digital tools. And that was an unfolding training that was going on. So this is the step before the AI in some ways. So we are still trying to, in a lot of ways, critically educate local people here, with local people, to work out how do we do this AI, this next step of AI together, because not understanding digital tools and not having a criticality around how to understand that is that step before having that kind of totally immersive co-teaching with AI. The next, I guess the next type of case study I wanted to just touch on is an emerging study that's in progress at the moment with a colleague and a student of mine who has been embedded with the Warrakan Academy in Arnhem Land. So this is a study that she is doing with the local educators and students to work out the efficacy, the agency of how educators can assist learning in that local environment. So at the moment, that's a very exciting work in progress. And I'm sure that Kiri would be very pleased to connect with you after this has been finalised. So this is where some of that deep research and her extensive experience is coming into play there as an educator. She herself is also an educator on the ground. All right. So even, I guess, thinking around for emerging researchers like yourself, anyone that's connected in this university space, how do we, I guess, as researchers and educators, keep, I guess, abreast of situations or ahead of the curve? At the moment, like this is, I just did a quick media scan and I've been listening to things in the news this week, and this was a major story in a couple of days ago, that one of the most major firms in the world, you may have heard of Deloitte, like an auditing type firm. The federal government here had spent almost $500,000 on a particular report where it had obviously been generated by AI, hadn't been checked, and then there was a Senate inquiry as to why there was, you know, misinformation, disinformation, and even references that had been made up in this particular report. This happened 2 days ago. I think as a springboard from that, KPMG also jumped in onto the bandwagon and came out with some kind of correction of a phantom reference that they'd made up, obviously in one of their reports or audits that they'd been doing for someone there. Atlassian is, this co-founder is one of the richest men here in Australia, and apparently there was quite a kerfuffle with him being interviewed on ABC, on the ABC, I think that was the 7:30 report as well. So, you know, accusations around his company stealing intellectual property, and the kind of issues around copyright and the ways that AI trawls and, I guess, not repackages, but has a different kind of slant or interprets it in a way that isn't true to the original research and the work. And then something that I probably should have put right up the top of this emerging research around ethical questions is this: how AI is being used in our schools. If this is a YouTube, I think this goes for about 10 minutes, and again, ABC had a series on the impacts of AI, and this one in particular is about where AI is being used in our schools and how it's being used in our schools. And when you watch that, you'll see people making statements like, oh, you know, there's no way that AI will be taking the place of our educators here. But I'm always a little bit hesitant to, feel relieved when someone makes a statement like that. So there's a few little references there. Again, just the last one about Peter Garrett. He was an ex-federal minister here, and he's also a rock star. So he is probably talking about creative copyright in that particular last point. So even creativity and the way that AI is trawling through, as you would know, claiming or reclaiming that as its own work. So how do we deal with some of these vagaries? How do we deal with the disruption that AI is causing us? Because in some ways I feel like now we're all, like, not when I say we're all, like people are now saying, oh my gosh, now it's causing us even more work. Like if we're asking it to be our co-pilot, our co-generator of work, and it spits out a report, and then as a human, we need to go through and edit it and make sure that it's, it's as valid and as rigorous as, we expect in the university and academic sector. Is that making life easier for us? Is that making us better humans? Is it just amplifying our deficits as well? So as the final some thoughts from my research, grappling with the queries that I came out of my PhD with, and these still being very valid, tensions that I've experienced here as an educator on the ground, in that having that grassroots teaching face-to-face every day, from little foundation students right up to year 12, and then I know that universities are still trying to grapple with how do they work with the question of AI, and there's universities have been slow here to put in policies and make that something that has practical application. But these tensions that came out of my PhD and the work of what I termed body tanking, taking your body into the space and having that as the mediator, the reference point, the understanding of learning, the getting of wisdom, I guess, in some ways. These are a few things that came out of, being generated through that inquiry process. What registered, what resonated, and some of those tensions, the reconfigurations of how do I grapple, even just trying to put into language what's going on here. How does this get reproduced into text? And then how do bodies and humans then reabsorb that? And then throwing in digital technologies into the mix. It's this big dance that reoccurs. So there's some provocations there around, like, just sentences that I observed, even like with the Lasari Tepeng and the dancers that I met. I think in particular it was my body resonated with the pursuit of the non-human, beyond human, through the dancing body. But then, how do you interpret that into AI, like Lalo was saying earlier? How does that enliven the human if we're still, if we're feeding that into AI? How do you render that liminal moment in front of, as part of this dynamic community, these dancers, the audience? How how do you render that liminal dance into an experience where AI comes into it? Can that be done? Is it a moment of transcendence and immanence and awe and wonder that, you know, as educators, is like, I think, is that where we're heading in our experience to share that with our students? Is it somehow pushing back to make our classrooms, our, you know, outdoor playgrounds, wherever it is that we're teaching, how do we make those spaces a space, I think, of encounter in some ways to offset what AI is offering us? Is AI going to help us and enable us to spend more time in the transcendent, in the immanence, in this cultural quest about becoming better humans? I would love to know your thoughts, and I apologise if I've rambled, but it's such an immense topic that we're all embarking upon. So I appreciate your patience while I've been trying to articulate these things.
Thank you so much for the provoking insights, Emma. Okay, so dear students and ladies and gentlemen, Emma's presentation critically examines the intersection of digital technologies, indigenous knowledge systems, bilingual education. I heard that there are 4 indigenous languages spoken at the schools, plus English. So I can feel there is a lot of tension there, yeah, right? And then the ethical research practices as well, particularly in the context of increasing integration in education and society, especially in Central Australia. And in the beginning of the session, Emma talked about her research project, exploring embodied listening, multi-species awareness. I like that term, multi-species awareness, and the performative role of the mask, the Topeng Cirebon, as a mediator between human and more than human world. So body tanks, I think, emphasizes the body tuning, right? It's a practice of attunement that reveals the multi-species operator, let's call it operator, challenging human-centric modes of knowing. And then in later part of the presentation, Emma reflects on two digital initiatives between 2022 and 24. The first one is in digital storytelling. It's a pilot using digital tools for indigenous narrative preservation, and culture tech, which introduce iPads and digital learning in bilingual, multilingual school settings. I'm not sure I can pronounce the word. It's Yipirinya school with Arenet learners. Maybe I have to learn how to pronounce the words. And these projects actually highlights both the potential and tensions of digital tools in indigenous education, and raising question about cultural integrity and community-centered learning, language sovereignty, and technological encroachment or intrusion. And further insights come from ongoing work with Nawardeken Academy, where local educators and students lead place-based, community-centered learning, an approach that resists standardized linear models of education. Wow, it's really inspiring. And the presentation also addresses urgent ethical concerns around AI, citing real-world Australian cases like Deloitte's use of AI in government report, KPMG correcting phantom references generated by AI, and also controversies over AI companies using copyrighted material without consent. And so this example illustrate the rise of AI slop, let's call it AI slop, hallucinating content that blurs truth and fiction in academia, law, and public policy. But I like the provoking insights that Emma put forward, such as flatten embodied intergenerational and spiritual knowledge into data and disembody human experience through abstraction and commodification, challenge the limits of text-based representation like dance, ritual, and intuition, and risk erasing the numinous and modern human in pursuit of algorithmic efficacy. And the overarching call is to center humanity and modern human relationality in the algorithm, prioritizing care, uncertainty, and embodied wisdom over technocratic certainty. And you know what, Emma? 2 weeks ago, we went hiking to the mountain and we talked to two key persons there in the mountain. And I think your insights resonated well with the Sundanese cosmology about language or linguistic sovereignty, about ecological sovereignty that has been preserved here for thousands and thousands of years. And so that's the reason why we are very excited to have you this morning, because we want to grow from resonance. Yeah, you have your insights and we have our insights. And in fact, those insights resonate with each other. Thank you again, once again, Emma. And now, in the second session, everyone, we would like to hear the voices of the undergraduate students of UIN Sheikh Nurjati Cirebon. So we have 6 presenters who are ready to talk in front of us right now. And we will listen to their research ideas. And we would love to hear how they feel, how they think of the tension that they are having as the English language teacher education in the context of 21st century education and in the digital world. But let me first introduce every speaker to our guests and also to the audience. So the very first presenter is Farah Shifa Mutiara Riyadi, and she's a very important figure at the office because Farah has been doing the secretarial work here at the office, and she will be talking about neural analysis of emotional and aesthetic patterns in AI-assisted academic writing. Would you like to say hi to Emma, Farah, and to the audience?
Hello, Miss Emma, and all the audience is here.
All right, thank you, Farah. And the second presenter is Indah Fitri Nurhidayah. Hello, Indah. Where is Indah? Are you here? Yes, can you say something, Indah?
Hello, Miss Emma. Good morning.
All right, so Indah is a digital content creator at the office. She will be talking about AI-assisted evaluation of emotional and aesthetic alignment in grade 10 reading assessment based on PISA 2022 standards. And the third one is Resa Dia Gayatri. Resa, good morning, Resa.
Hello, good morning, sir.
All right, so
Good morning, Miss
Resa
Emma.
is a web developer at the international office, and she will talk about AI-enhanced evaluation of effective content in Merdeka curriculum textbooks, a deep learning framework for critical reading assessment. And the fourth one is Cyrilla Zahra Thania. Hello, Cyril.
Hello, sir, and
Morning.
good morning, Miss Emma.
And Cyril will talk about cultural heritage narratives in English language teaching in Indonesia, effective analysis of Sundanese folklore for critical reading enhancement. And the fifth presenter is Indra Maulana Arfan Aziz, our key digital editor of content creation, and also the operator for today's event. Good morning, Arfan. And Arfan has been very busy in the last 2 weeks. He didn't sleep well, I guess, because there are a lot of events happening at the office. Arfan and his team will be talking about between words and wisdom, AI as a student assessment partner to eliminate pedagogical feedback in English language learning. And those are all the 5 English language teaching students department. And we have the very last presenter, number 6, is Tamara Bahira Alzena. She is the student of, what was your major again? Society Development, right, Society Development Department. Samara will be talking about women empowerment through traditional dance in the digital era, a study from Cirebon, Indonesia. So everyone, we will spend like half an hour for your presentation. Oh, Askia, sorry, there is only one guy, not one guy. What's your number? Number 7. The 7th presenter is Askia. Muhammad Askia. What was your last name, Askia? That's very long, right? Basul Khoyer. What will you be talking about? Yeah, you will be talking about IQRF, National Qualification Framework. And so we will be spending like 35 minutes, everyone. Maybe you can talk within 5 minutes to 10 minutes, okay, in this presentation. And later on, Emma will give some more insights on your work. Let's start with the very first presenter. So, Farah, Shifa. So, yes, Farah, the show is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the occasion, Sir Farah, and good morning from here for Miss Emma in Australia. Good morning for Mr. Lala as my supervisor, my lecturer, and all of my friends here in Indonesia. And today, I would like to share a bit about my experiences, Miss, and also about my research proposal, mini thesis research proposal. And Miss Emma, my name is Farah Shifa, as what I have mentioned before by Sir Lala, and then you can call me Farah. I am a 7th semester student of English language teaching department in the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training in UIN Syekh Nurjati, Cirebon. And Miss Emma, as a last year university student, now I'm conducting a teaching program in one of the Islamic senior high school in Cirebon. And I would like to share a bit about my reflection, how I feel that and what I have experienced in my school, in my teaching practice program. It is related with what I have written in my paper, because I wrote that there is a gap between national standards in Indonesia in educational field, and also between educational standard and the implementation in reality. And it becomes my reflection because I really feel I experienced it directly in my school when I try to write in the teaching planning that's something in a very high, but when I get into the classroom, I have to adjust it over and over because there is something to be adjusted. So there is so that was become my concern, because I think that as a pre-service English teacher, as a future educator, I have to think hard about how can English educator can create an innovative teaching practice. And then also it is aligned, Miss Emma, with what I have wrote here, with what mini thesis research proposal, that Indonesia has a lot of national policies, but Indonesia also experienced 11 times of curriculum changes in the 2 last decades, which is it is very insufficient because the teacher has to adjust. The teacher has to adapt it over and over. And then also because my research is focused on the writing, so I found that a lot of teachers in Indonesia, most of schools in Indonesia still focus on the surface aspect in writing, like when the teacher asks the student to analyze the text, the the framework used is not really framework. Is it like the best theory? Because the teacher just asked the student to analyze the text with related to the grammatical correctness and other surface aspect. And then it shows, I think it shows the misalignment or the tension, as you and Mr. Lala said before, the tension about how learning should be conducted to activate the two hemispheres of human's brain. So my research right now is I would like to analyze several students' academic writing texts, but I'm not anymore to use the theory, the old theory that more focus on the surface, but I use the brain-informed analytical frameworks that focus on the students' emotional engagement and aesthetic patterns. And there are several underlying theories in my research, like the theory of the two hemispheres of human's brain by Ian McGilchrist, and then I've never imagined before that in the English language teaching department I will also learn about neuroscience, and I'm very thankful for my lecturer, Mr. Lala, to introduce me to this kind of thing. And then for the second theory is the roles of perception and emotion in effective and innovative learning as proposed by several neuroscientists. And the third theory is about the incorporation of digital technology in learning as a dynamic book and cognitive amplifier as stated by Professor Andrew Lyon in his paper in 2025. And because my research is not only about English language teaching education, but it is the integration between neuroscience and also the incorporation of digital technology. So I think that the theory stated by Professor Andrew Lyon is very important for my research, because I realized that digital technology right now is become a concern related to the ethical consideration. As what you have mentioned before, that there are a lot of AI issues in ethical consideration. The students often copyright from the AI to their assignment. Also, they make the AI as a shortcut. Also, there are a lot of misinformation or disinformation, but we have to still adapt with it, because when we fail to adapt the digital technology in our learning, we will left behind. And then because my research is about text analysis, so my research method will be qualitative research with content analysis research design. And the most important thing here is the analytical frameworks I use, because I use two analytical frameworks that grounded in the human's brain. The first one is the reading for emotion, and then the second one is the aesthetics principles. I say thank you again and again to my lecturer to introduce me to this kind of analytical frameworks, because I've never imagined before that I can analyze the text by using this analytical frameworks. I'm not only focused on the linguistic aspect anymore, but right now I can assess the students' text related to their emotional engagement. And also a very great bridging step conducted by Dr. Anya, that the incorporation of aesthetics principle. So through these 8 principles in aesthetics principle help students to able to understand how sentence structure shapes tone, emotion, and meaning in writing. Especially in the context of language, these principles emphasize on how we read and feel the rhythm of written text. And Ms. Emma, I have analyzed a text, an abstract, and this is for the result. I will not explain for each slide, but I can get this result because I have a framework, and I ask AI to amplify my research, to amplify my ideas, and then these are for the result. AI enhanced analysis of emotional shift, of aesthetic principles, and also AI enhanced visualization of the text. So without the two analytical frameworks that I have mentioned before, I will not get this visualization. Even I utilize the combination work between a human work, which is mine, and then the machine, which is AI tool. And then I think my studies very matters because as what I have discussed with my lecturer about a paper, the Beyond the SDGs, we have to moving from something that rigid, from something that metrics to something that more dynamic and embrace meaning. And then also we have, and then also the analytical frameworks that we use in my study is bridging the theory and practice through actionable strategies. And then for the third point is this innovative ideas, my research ideas, can foster creativity, empathy, and collaboration, not only focus on something that measurable. And then also the last one is addressing systemic challenges through innovative frameworks. So, sir, and my last speech is that my research is want to overcome my concern right now because I think that as what I have experienced in my school, that I still feel I stand in the school that focus on something linear. The curriculum is very structured, but as what you explained in our yesterday's meeting, that we need to we need to find a true innovative, what I can call it, the true innovative teaching practice, the true innovative learning environment. So I think that as a future educator, especially in English language, my concern right now is not only about how I teach my student to fluent in English or other, but we have to incorporate AI or digital tools also to become one of the tools that can amplify our learning. And also what Ms. Emma said before, that we have to utilize AI, utilize digital technology to connect the students' learning with their environment. So learning is not only ordinary activity, but learning is something that can make a connection between human and their physical environment. Thank you very much, Sir Lala.
Thank you so much, Farah. Tepuk tangan, guys. Big applause for Farah. Wow. Alright, second presenter. Siapa yang kedua? Who is the second presenter? On my list, Indah, right? Yes, Indah, please. The show is yours.
Good morning, respected lecturer, Dr. Lala Bumila Sudimandara and Dr. Emma Saberg, PhD. My name is Indah Fitri Nur Hidayah from the English Language Teaching Department at UINSC Bersyah Nurjati, Cirebon. It is both honor and privilege for me to present my research today in this research training session. The title of my research is AI-assisted evaluation of emotional and aesthetic alignment in grade 10 reading assessment based on PISA 2022 standard. So in my research, I analyzed grade 10 reading assessment using 3 frameworks. The first framework is PISA 2022 standards, reading for emotions and aesthetics. First, next slide. Okay, first I want to tell about the background of the research. Okay, since Indonesia gains independence, access to formal education has grown significantly. For example, since 2002, over 2 million new students have entered primary and secondary schools, which is about 31% increase in enrollment. Upper secondary education has also improved. Students aged 16 to 18 enrolling in school increased from 15 in 2002 to 71 in 2017. However, this growth in access has not been matched by the improvement in learning outcomes. About 70% of students still struggle with basic literacy skills. And since gaining independence, Indonesia has revised its national curriculum 11 times to improve the learning quality. The most recent reform is called Kurikulum Merdeka. Kurikulum Merdeka focuses on giving teachers and schools more flexibility to emphasize student-centered learning, including deep learning, which aims for meaningful and engaging learning experiences. Despite these reforms, international assessment shows that Indonesian students are still behind. In PISA 2022, Indonesia ranked 69 out of 81 countries in reading literacy, scoring 359, far below the global average of 476. Similarly, the F English Proficiency Index shows that Indonesia ranked 18 out of 116 countries in 2024. And this result shows that curriculum changes have not yet translated into better learning outcomes, and interestingly, broader indicators like the Human Development Index and economic growth are improving. But this has not led to a significant improvement in students' learning outcomes. The average IQ score of Indonesian students is only 78.49, which is below the global standard of 85 to 115. And the current classroom practice in Indonesia also plays a role. Assessment often focuses on teaching to the test, and English classes rely heavily on teacher-centered and grammar-based approaches, leaving no room for critical thinking. And this is in contradiction with neuroscience. Neuroscience shows that learning is more effective when students build knowledge through experience, not memorizations. That's why I believe we need to look beyond just cognitive skill. We need to ask, are our reading assessment helping students to think? Do the reading assessment help students to feel, to care about what they are reading? And do the questions allow students to experience the text as something meaningful, even beautiful? And next slide, please. And now I will explain the theoretical foundation that support my research. The first theoretical framework that I use is PISA 2022 reading framework, which focuses on 4 main processes. The first is understanding, second is using, third is evaluating, the fourth is reflecting. The second theory is reading for emotion, as proposed by Ania Lyon in 2017. This framework includes 6 stages: focus, disturbance, dialogue, development, resolution, and moral. And research shows that emotions play a major role in learning. For example, Damasio 1999 explained that emotions shape our thinking and decision making. Panksepp 1998 also found that emotion organize brain function and influence how we make meaning. And similarly, Imordino Young and Gottlieb 2017 shows that our brain retains emotional material better, which helps students to remember and understand material deeply. And supporting this idea, the concept of bridging intelligent mindfulness and awareness, BIMA, emphasize reflective and integrative learning process. It supports the inclusion of emotional awareness, inner reflection, and real-life experience as important parts of knowledge, rather than viewing learning as a simple accumulation of facts. BIMA encourages students to connect knowledge with their emotions, reflection, and personal experience. This makes learning more meaningful, mindful, and transformative. And the last theoretical foundation that I use is Neuroaesthetic Theory by Ramachandran and Hirsten, 1999, which introduced about aesthetics principles such as perspective, grouping, contrast, isolation, visual metaphor, generic viewpoint, perceptual problem solving, and symmetry. Next slide. And this study used a qualitative approach with a deductive content analysis method, and the object of this research is the grade 10 reading assessment in English textbook titled Work in Progress, published by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology in 2022. The main goal is to evaluate how well the reading comprehension task align with the PISA 2022 reading literacy standards, reading for emotions, and Ramachandran and Hirsten aesthetic principles. And to support the analysis, I also use Quen AI, which helps me to classify and code the reading comprehension questions. And next. And this is the text that I analyzed using 3 frameworks. Next. This is the cognitive suitability analysis results. And next. Okay. Please me to share my analysis of how reading assessment aligns with the PISA 2022 reading literacy framework. As we know that PISA 2022 defines reading literacy as understanding, using, evaluating, reflecting on, and engaging with the text to achieve goals, to develop knowledge and participate in society. It identifies 3 key cognitive processes: access, retrieve, understand, and evaluate and reflect. When I analyzed the question using this framework, I found that the assessment demonstrates partial alignment with PISA 2022 standards. The question do follow a logical flow. Progression through the first 2 cognitive skills. Question 2 and 3 clearly operate at the access and retrieve level, asking students to locate explicit information about Ronaldo's scoring abilities and why he is called Rocketman. This represents what PISA calls the literal level of engagement. And question 1 and 4 move into understand process, requiring students to identify the main idea and analyze the tech organizations. And that's aligned with PISA interpretative level, where readers construct meaning and grasp a structure. And however, when the assessment reaches what should be the highest cognitive level, the assessment falls short. Question 5 and question 6 are positioned as evaluate and reflect, but they do not fully meet PISA criteria for critical engagement. Question 5 asks students to infer meaning from the statement about Ronaldo's G-force being 5 times higher than a cheetah, but instead of prompting critical evaluation of credibility or purpose, it only requires factual inference. There's no invitation to question: is this claim believable, and where did the information come from? Why might someone make this comparison? And similarly, question 6 asks about the picture function, but stop at surface level also, rather than encouraging students to deeper reflection on the text proposed or in societal implication. And PISA would expect students to consider how does this text position Ronaldo as a role model and what value does it promote? How might this influence young readers' perception or success? And this partial alignment is significant because Indonesia's curriculum Merdeka emphasizes deep learning that prepares students for real-world challenges, but without authentic opportunities to evaluate credibility, reflect on purpose, and connect to the text to social participation or assessment, one develop the critical literacy skills that students need in today's world. And in essence, while this assessment scaffold basic comprehension, it means the opportunity to cultivate the higher order thinking skills that PISA identifies as essential for students to participate in society meaningfully. And this is the reading for emotions analysis result. Can you next, please? Okay. Let me now share my analysis of how this reading assessment aligns with any alliance reading for emotions. This framework identifies 6 essential emotional stages that create meaningful engagement with text: focus, disturbance, dialogue, development, resolution, and moral. My analysis revealed that while the text include 5 of these 6 stages, it completely misses the crucial dialogue stage, making the emotional engagement fundamentally incomplete. First, the focus stage appears in question 4, which asks about the text organization, but instead of helping students emotionally prepare for the reading journey, it treats the text as a mechanical feature. There's no connection to how this neutral beginning position readers emotionally. And the second is the disturbance. The disturbance stage shows that the question 5, that surprising claim that Ronaldo G-force is 5 times higher than a cheetah. This should create an emotional tension, but the question only asks for factual inferences, and not how this surprising information affects students' emotional response, because there's no tensions. And the third is the development. The development stage appears in question 2 and 3, showing Ronaldo growth in skill, but the question ignores the emotional resonance of this growth. There's no question for students to connect Ronaldo's development to their own learning journeys. The fourth, the resolutions stage, is attempt in question 6, with the picture providing visual closure, but again, the question focused on functional relationship and rather than emotional resolution, how this ending makes students feel. And the fifth, the moral stage, appear in question 1 with the hard work leads to success message, but it's reduced to a simple main idea question rather than inviting reflection on what this value means personally. And most critically, the dialogue stage is completely missing. The stage should present multiple perspectives in response to the disturbance, but here in grade 10 reading assessment, there's no opportunity for students to explore the different viewpoint on Ronaldo achievement or challenges. And the result of this analysis, the emotional journey is superficial. Question identify emotional elements in text, but never explore their impact on students, and there's no connection to students' personal experiences or feelings. And without this dialogue and personal connection, the assessment might fail to create a meaningful emotional engagement that could transform reading from a cognitive task into a personally significant experience. And the last one is Can you? Okay. And the last one is the result of aesthetic engagement analysis. Can you please next slide? No. Yeah. Okay, let me now share my analysis of how this reading assessment align with Ramachandran and Hairston neuroaesthetic theory. The theory identifies a neurological principle and that explains how the brain responds to aesthetic experiences. When I analyzed the text using this framework, I found that while the passage applies 7 out of 8 principles, it only does so at surface level without creating meaningful aesthetic engagement. The first is the peak shift. The peak shift principle appears effectively in the text with claims like Ronaldo's G-force is five times higher than that of a cheetah. This exaggeration should amplify emotional response, but question 5 only asks for factual inference, not how this amplification affects students' perception or emotional engagement. And the second is isolation. Isolation and contrast. The isolation and contrast appear both visually through the implied picture and thematically through comparing Ronaldo to normal players. But the question 6 treats these as mechanical features rather than aesthetic experience that create focus and tensions. And the third is grouping and symmetry, showing up in the next structure. Information is organized into clear sections about training, abilities, and achievement. Question 4 asks about this principle, but only at a surface level. And the fourth is perceptual problem solving. Perceptual problem solving appears in question 5 with the cheetah comparison, but instead of guiding students through authentic discovery, it reduces the puzzle to basic inference. And next is metaphor, and the metaphor appears with the Rocket Man nickname in question 3, but the question only asks about its factual origin, not how this metaphor creates symbolic depth or imaginative engagement. And most significantly, the generic viewpoint principles is completely missing. The principle states that our brains find normal viewpoint easier to understand than usual ones. The text presents one-sided view of Ronaldo's success without acknowledging alternative viewpoints, making the narrative feel biased rather than authentic. The problem is that all questions focus on identifying aesthetic features rather than reflecting on their meaning or emotional impact. There's no question for students to consider how these elements affect their personal engagement with the text, and nor any opportunity for creative interpretations. Can you? Okay, the last one is conclusion. Let me share my key conclusion and recommendation based on my analysis of this research. And my research reveals that a fundamental issue, this reading assessment focus too much on basic comprehension, and the question primarily test students' ability to identify facts and summarize information, but they do not encourage deeper engagement, and students are not asked to think critically about the text's credibility or purpose. They do not connect personally with Ronaldo's story or reflect on what his journey might mean for their own life, and they're not guided to appreciate the text's artistic element or consider how these elements shape their reading experience. And of course, this is a concerning situations, as neuroscience research by Imordino Young and Gottlieb shows that the brain actually retain emotional material better than neural informations. When students connect emotionally with what they're reading, that's when learning becomes will become meaningful and lasting. And so what should we do? In my opinion, we need to redesign our reading assessment to move beyond simple comprehension questions, and we should ask students to evaluate sources, consider different perspectives, and connect text to real-world issues. And we should also incorporate opportunities for emotional reflection. Instead of just asking what is the main idea, we could ask how does Ronaldo journey make you feel about your own challenges, and that kind of question will create a space for students for personal connection while still addressing academic objectives. And the third is we should help students to appreciate the text. Rather than just identifying metaphors, students could be asked to create their own. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
All right,
for your attention.
let's give a big hand to Indah, everybody. That's a very comprehensive analysis that Indah has shown. So in fact, you can actually use the emotional model and aesthetic for dealing with the assessments. Thank you, Indah. Now let's move on to the next presenter, everyone. This is Cyrilla. Cyril, you ready? Yeah, the show is yours, Cyril.
Okay, good morning, Miss Emma, Miss Terlala, and all the audiences. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sidila Zarasania. Today I'm going to present my research proposal entitled Cultural Heritage Narratives in English Language Teaching in Indonesia, Effective Analysis of Sundanese Folklore for Critical Reading Enhancement. The study focused on how emotion and aesthetics analysis of Sundanese folklore, particularly Lutung Kasarung from Kuningan, West Java, Indonesia, and Jiung Wanara from Ciamis, West Java, Indonesia. Miss Emma, 2 months ago, Sir Lala and Sir Lukman invited me and my team to visit the site of Lutung Kasarung in Pasir Batang, Kuningan. But now I'm just sharing the analysis of Jiung Wanara text because the Lutung Kasarung text still under the analysis. I guess Jiung Wanara also has several versions, but for now I took from the website bahasasunda.com. Okay, according to the PISA 2022 report, Indonesia ranked 69 out of 81 participating countries with an average reading score of 359, which is unfortunately that is the very low score for the country. This data reflect a deeper educational challenge. It tells us that many Indonesian students still struggling with reading comprehension, particularly when dealing with complex or abstract text. They often find it difficult to interpret deeper meaning or analyze perspective or connect idea across paragraphs. In other words, our students are reading, but they are not necessarily thinking through what they read. They can understand the meaning, but they often miss what the text implies. One of the mostly to the issue, the dominant teaching paradigm in our schools. Most classrooms still rely on teacher-centered methods where the teacher explains and the students listen passively. That's also held in my school, in my micro teaching school, one of school in Cirebon, still teacher-centered, several teachers. This method typically emphasizes memorization and repetition. Students are asked to remember the vocabularies, summary passage, but not to question, interpret, or connect the text to their personal or cultural experience. So to address this gap, Professor Rudolf Wirawan introduced the BIMA framework, stands for Bridging Intelligence, Mindfulness, and Awareness, which reconceptualize learning as a spiral. Instead of seeing learning as a straight path from one topic to another, BIMA views it as a continuous cycle of emotional and cultural reflection. In this framework also, learners are not just recipients of the knowledge, but participants in meaning making. So students can see that their own stories, they can see their own myth, or they can see their own local wisdom, hold deep human values that resonate globally. So when we look at the PISA data again, we shouldn't see it only as a score to improve, but as a reminder of the kind of reading and learning experience we need to foster. To move forward, our classroom must become spaces where students read not only with their minds, but also with their hearts and cultural memory. In my micro teaching at one of school in Cirebon also, one of the main challenges I noticed it related to reading comprehension. When I did my micro teaching, I found that there was no specific reading textbook or guidebook used for the students. The teacher usually searched for reading materials from the internet, which means the texts were not always consistent or well matched with the students' level or needs. So there wasn't a clear adaptive technique also to help students who struggle with reading or challenges those who were already advanced. So the learning process often become one size fits all, and students didn't get the full experience of meaningful reading. This observation really motivated me to explore more effective and culturally rooted approach to reading, one that connects emotion, culture, and comprehension together. Okay, here are the framework and also theoretical foundation I use. According to James Zhu, deep learning activates not only the thinking areas of the brain, but also the sensory and emotional ones. This means that real understanding happens when students can feel and experience what they study, not just when they process information cognitively. So, Mike Guters also explained that effective learning happens when both hemispheres of the brain work together. The left hemisphere helps us to analyze, while the right hemisphere allows us to grasp the context. So, Bellotto also adds another important insight. He says that learning is not about absorbing fact, but about constructing meaning. And this construction happens through context, emotion, and also past experience. In other words, students don't just receive knowledge, but they build it based on what they already know and also feel. So when we allow students to feel, imagine, and connect, we engage their whole brain, not just the analytical part, but the creative and empathetic part as well. So here are the frameworks I use. The first is reading for emotion, as proposed by Ania Lyon, 2017. These help us understand how emotions are built into a text, how readers move through stage of focus, disturbance, dialogue, and etc. So they don't just read the story, but actually feel, reflect, and also connect with their own experiences. So the second one is neurological aesthetics principle, as proposed by Ramachandran and Hirstein, 1999. This guides us to see how symmetry, contrast, and metaphor, and etc. create emotional beauty that deepens comprehension. And the last is BIMA framework, as I told before, that learning is not about transmitting knowledge, but regenerating meaning through cycles of experience, reflection, and also regeneration. Here, the methodology of my research. I use qualitative descriptive design, which means it focus on deeply understanding rather than measuring. So the step of my research is organizing, sorting, understanding, interpreting, and explaining the data. So I use AI also as my assistant, which help to detect emotional shift within the text more precisely. So Miss Emma and all the audience, here half of Chiong Wanara text. I can't write a whole of the text because it was so long. So I just write half of the text. And the source is from bahasasunda.com. So here the analysis by reading for emotions. And here is the visualization of emotional shift. At the start of the story, the emotion is relatively neutral. The reader is introduced to the main characters. So disturbance occurs when injustice and betrayal take place. This is where the emotional intensity reach the highest point. After the betrayal, the emotion decreases but remains active. In the development stage, the emotion rises again as the protagonist begins to act. So, a resolution stage has the lowest emotional point. This doesn't mean the story becomes less meaningful, but it shows a release of emotional tension. So here is the analysis of aesthetic principle. Also the visualization of aesthetic principle. At first, emotionally readers feel calm interest and anticipation about what will happen next. So at contrast, this is the emotional and aesthetic climax of the narrative, the brain's strongest response to exaggeration, injustice, and moral contrast. At this point, one of queen in this story, Dewi Pangranyep's betrayal occurs. The replaces Dewi Naringrum's baby with a puppy, framing her as a shameful. At perceptual problem solving has the lowest emotional intensity because the tension has fully resolved. And why the perceptual problem solving is very low? Because after emotional closure, the brain enters a cognitive mode, seeking symbolic meaning, and the emotion transition into reflection. Subtle, also intellectual satisfaction rather than dramatic feeling. Okay. My hope through this research is to show that local folklore can actually be a powerful source for reading in comprehension materials. When students read stories from their own culture, they don't just practice language, they also imagine, feel, and also connect with their own past experience. It allows them to see reading as something meaningful and personal, not just as a school task. I believe that through stories like Lutung Kasarung, Jawanara, or others, students can develop not only their comprehension skill, but also deeper sense of identity and belonging. Okay, that's all from me, Miss Emma, and all audiences. Thank you for your attention.
Let's make a big hand to Cyril as well, everybody. So, Emma and audience, for your information, in the Sundanese cosmology, there are three most sacred folklores. The first one is Lutung Kasarung, the second one is Cungwanara, and the third one is Nyimas Bandung Sari. And two of the stories, Lutung Kasarung and Nyi Sumur Bandung, actually took place in Kuningan. And we had a very authoritative documents and also conversations with experts regarding this. So, if you come here again, hopefully next year we can invite you here. We will show you the location of those sacred folklores, and those folklores are actually written in the form of poem. So in the Nusantara cosmology, the three sacred texts are all about ecological harmony and also about agricultural liturgy, and it has always, been mentioned there that the connection between human and earth and non-human beings are very, very sacred, and that is actually, the foundation of harmony in real life here. So that's the reason why I urge one of my students here, Cyril, to navigate and explore the power of the one of the sacred stories. And all right, so everyone, thank you, Cyril, once again. We will go to the next presenter, Reza. Reza, ready? Yes, okay. Reza, also from ELT department. Yes,
Yes.
Reza, the show is yours.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, good morning, Miss Emma. Good morning, sir, and the audiences. My name is Reza Gayatri, an undergraduate student from UINSC Nurjati Cirebon, and I'm here want to present my research titled AI Enhanced Evaluation of Effective Content in Merdeka Curriculum Textbook, a deep learning framework for critical reading assessment. And then actually my research aligns with Indah research. If she focus on the assessment, my research focus on the content of the text in the 10th grade textbook. Okay. Let's begin by looking at the background and the research problems that motivate this research. First, we must acknowledge that the fundamental role of emotion in learning. As neuroscientists like Jack Panksepp, Imodino Yang, Lotto, Antonio Damasio, and then Zul and Ian McGilchrist noted, emotions are the main organizer of cognition, influencing everything from memory to behavior. Emotion is the fuel of learning. And then Zul, in his book, The Art of Changing Brain, stated that the brain emotion system called the limbic system is closely linked to the parts that sense, think, and move. It helps memory stick. And then Ramachandra and Heston in 1999 said that our attraction to certain stories and images is guided by what are known as aesthetic principles. These are the elements that capture our attention and make content meaningful. Both aesthetic sensitivity and emotional engagement, when included into teaching methods, can greatly increase learners' cognitive and sensory involvement in the learning process. That's why the research used reading for emotion and aesthetic framework. The reading for emotion and aesthetic framework utilize the unique capabilities of the right brain to deepen understanding of text. While the left hemisphere of the brain is often associated with analytical, logical, and linguistic processing, the right hemisphere offers a broader and more holistic view, integrating various interconnected processes and contextual richness. And this framework, which proposed by Anya Lyon in 2017, actually maximized these two hemispheres. And then not only that, this research is also considering the BIMA framework, or Bridging Intelligence, Mindfulness, and Awareness, a framework which sees knowledge as a living flow. This framework is also guiding the use of AI in this research, which always make the human as the center. This framework is important because the graduates who will one day maybe design climate projects or health programs first learn to read stories in school. If those early stories teach them only to hunt for right answer, they may later design policies that hunt for indicators. But if the stories invite wonder, empathy, and reflection, future professionals may create development work that listens, heals, and belongs. In other words, fixing a fairy tale in a textbook and rethinking global sustainability share the same aim, moving from metrics to meaning, from control to care, and from linear progress to living. But when I turn to the educational reality in Indonesia, I see a concerning picture. The 2022 PISA, Program for International Student Assessment, results show Indonesia's students' reading score is at 383, which is below the OECD average. Even since Indonesia joined PISA in 2000 until now, Indonesia is always at the bottom quartile. Then, not only that, the EF English Proficiency Index ranks Indonesia 80th out of 116 countries in 2024, indicating a low level of English proficiency. So this situation persists despite significant efforts. Indonesia has undergone 12 national curriculum changes. Yet, this data suggests that these reforms have had a limited effect on improving educational quality. This leads us to the core problem. There is a persistent gap between the goals of the Indonesian national curriculum and the actual educational outcomes. And I question whether the learning materials themselves, the textbook, are adequately designed to foster the deep engagement necessary for critical literacy. Okay, next slide, please. So the aims of this research are to analyze the emotional and aesthetic dimension embedded in the reading text of the 10th grade English textbook under emancipated curriculum. The research will explore how emotional stages like focus, disturbance, dialogue, development, and resolution from the reading for emotion and aesthetic framework are manifested in the textbook content, as well as investigate the role of aesthetic principles such as contrast, symmetry, and perceptual grouping in the text. And the second is to comprehensively investigate the extent to which the reading text in the official grade 10 Merdeka curriculum textbook align with contemporary deep learning framework. This aim also includes examining how these texts facilitate the development of critical reading skills and promote higher order thinking skill necessary for 21st century learning. And next slide, please, Kain. Now let's move on to the methodology used in this research. To analyze the text, this study employs a qualitative thematic content analysis. My primary aim was to uncover the implied meanings and the emotional experience stages embedded in the reading materials from the 10th grade English textbook under the Merdeka curriculum. My entire analysis is guided by the Reading for Emotion and Aesthetic framework developed by Anya Lyon in 2017. This framework is ideal for my purpose as it focuses on the mapping the emotional journey within a text through stages like focus, disturbance, and the other, while also considering aesthetic principles such as perspective and contrast that enhance reader engagement. The Reading for Emotion and Aesthetic, just like Farah, Cyril, and Indah informed before, has several emotional stages. And then, while for the aesthetic principles, there are isolation, perspective, contrast, perceptual grouping, and etc. And I think because Farah, Cyril, and Indah already explained about it, I just want to inform about the analytical steps that I use in this research. The first step is framework preparation and AI training. I begin by adopting the Reading for Emotion and Aesthetic framework. Then I train an AI tool named Quen using structure prompt engineering. This process essentially teaches the AI to analyze text according to the specific rules and stages of the Reading for Emotion and Aesthetic framework. And I also give an example of the text which has a clear emotional stage and asks a Quen to analyze that. And the second is systematic AI-assisted text analysis. Once the AI was trained, I tasked it with systematically analyzing the textbook content. Its job was to identify the types of emotion that arise in the text, map their development according to the Reading for Emotion and Aesthetic framework, that evaluate any potential inconsistencies in the emotional narrative. To give you a concrete example, one of the key samples I analyzed was the version of the Little Red Riding Hood story found in the official 10th grade Merdeka curriculum student book. Next slide, please. Okay. So in the focus stage, where the story begins, I found that while the text is clear, the emotional connection is missing. There is no sense of worry or care, making the narrative emotionally flat from the start. And then, for the disturbance, the text fails to build tension. Little Red Riding Hood shows no reaction to the danger, which immediately reduces any emotional engagement for the reader. For even the story most dramatic turning point, I mean when the wolf swallows the grandmother, the event happens off stage. The reader doesn't feel any fear or loss. While the story is structurally sound, my analysis assisted by AI show that the emotional progression is missing. The narrative builds some tension, but it consistently fails to engage the reader on an effective level. So the main finding is that the version of Little Red Riding Hood in the Merdeka curriculum textbook has a functional narrative structure, but it is emotionally and aesthetically flat. It does not encourage deep emotional engagement. Key stages like focus and then disturbance and resolution are not developed enough to create a strong emotional journey for the reader. And shockingly, this version of the story even lacks a moral. This is significant because as a 2025 academic paper from the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education explained, emotional engagement is a core aspect of the mindfulness principle, or berkesadaran in Indonesian language, which is a pillar of deep learning. Furthermore, the language style used in the text is not engaging. It fails to arouse the reader's enthusiasm, which conflicts with another key principle of deep learning, which is the joy in the learning process. This joy is essential for increases to the motivation and engagement. In short, my analysis reveals a clear disconnect between the goals of the Merdeka curriculum and the content of its official textbook. The material fails to deliver the rich, effective experience required to foster a deep learning and critical literacy. And then now I compare the textbook version with a more traditional version of the story that I found online. Next slide, please. Okay. Next slide, please. For the example, to the opening of the other version, once upon a time, there was a dear little girl who was loved by everyone. The focus stage here is not just a text like the text before. It is an emotional anchor where immediately told she is loved by everyone. This established a strong emotional connection right from the start, which the textbook version completely lacks. This emotional depth continues throughout the narrative. The story flows logically without missing emotional response I identified in the textbook. This comparison demonstrates that it's not the story of Little Red Riding Hood itself that is the problem, but the specific, simplified, and the emotional barren version chosen for the curriculum. Next slide, please. Okay. And I think to conclude this presentation, while the Merdeka curriculum has ambitious goals, my analysis reveals a significant gap between its vision and the reality of its classroom materials. The current textbook content can be emotionally flat, failing to foster the deep engagement required for critical thinking. The solution I propose is a strategic shift by adopting the reading for emotion and aesthetic framework, enhanced with AI analysis. We can transform learning into a meaningful emotional journey. Okay, I think that's all for me. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the audience.
Let's give a big hand to Reza as well. Thank you so much. Okay, very inspiring as well from Reza. Now let's go on to the next presenter, Tamara or Ara. Are you ready, Ara?
Ready,
yeah, the show
sir.
is yours.
Okay. Siapa yang share screen? Mana?
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Lala, Miss Emma, and all audiences. It is truly an honor to present my research in front Mr. Lala Bumila Sudimantara, PhD, and Miss Emma Skuberg, PhD. Thank you very much for this valuable opportunity. My name is Samara Bahiral Zena, student 5th semester majoring in Society and Development, Shenurjati Cyber Islamic State University, Cirebon. And today I will be presenting my study entitled Women Empowerment Through Traditional Dance in the Digital Era, a study from Cirebon, Indonesia. This research explores how female traditional dancers in Cirebon utilize digital technology and social media as platform for self-expression, artistic dissemination, and empowerment of their identities as women. In today's digital era, traditional dance is no longer confined to the physical stage. It has evolved into a dynamic and interactive space of cultural expression, identity negotiation, and empowerment within the digital realm. As someone from Cirebon, a region rich in artistic heritage, I have always observed how women play a central role in sustaining traditional arts such as tari topeng, sintren, and other local dance movement. Yet, what fascinates me most is how these women now navigate digital space using Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube not only to perform but also to tell their stories, promote local culture, and gain social visibility. Despite being a city that is still developing in terms of technological and creative infrastructure, Cirebon holds strong potential to become a cultural hub that supports women empowerment through art. Local communities, universities, and cultural groups have started to use digital media as a bridge between tradition and innovation, allowing women to showcase their creativity while strengthening their social and economic roles. Therefore, I believe that understanding this transformation is important, not only to appreciate the beauty of traditional dance, but also to see how a developing city like Cirebon can inspire inclusive cultural growth and gender empowerment in the digital age. This perspective inspired me to explore a broader question: how this digital technology contribute to women's empowerment through traditional dance practices. Next. This research stands on four interrelated conceptual foundations that explain how women's empowerment unfolds within Cirebon's traditional dance community in the digital era. First, the empowerment theory by Naila Kabir focuses on agency and recognition. Kabir states that the empowerment is the process through which people who have been denied choose, acquire the ability to make decisions. In this study, female dancers demonstrate agency by deciding how to represent themselves through traditional dance, while recognition is achieved as their performance gains visibility and appreciation online. Digital platform thus become new research that expand women's agency and project achievement in the form of self-confidence and social acknowledgement. This directly aligns with SDG 5, gender equality, empowering women through art and cultural participation. Second, the local wisdom theory by Koja Raningrat highlights that culture and social value from the moral compass of a community. In Cirebon, values such as harmony kerukunan, respect unggah-ungguh, and devotion pengabdian are expressed through traditional dance and shape the social identity of women. To strengthen this perspective, I also apply the BIMA framework introduced by Prof. Rudolf Irawan, which view local wisdom as a strategic research that connects spirituality, culture, and innovation. Through this lens, local wisdom becomes no static tradition but a living strategy that supports creativity and adaptation in the digital age. This interpretation resonates with SDG 11, Sustainable City and Communities, preserving and promoting intangible cultural heritage through digital transformation. Third, the digital culture theory by Henry Janskin, also known as convergence culture, explain how old and new media interact to create participatory culture. In this research, female dancers combine traditional performance with digital participation, turning social media into collaborative culture spaces. This convergence expands access to art, enhance digital literacy, and connect local heritage with global audiences. It aligns with SDG 4, quality education and cultural literacy, promoting cultural appreciation and digital literacy through traditional dance. They reveals how Cirebon's women dancers use local wisdom as moral strength, technology as creative space, and empowerment as social transformation consistent with the principle of the SDG. Next. Okay, for my research, I applied a descriptive quantitative method supported by an ethnographic approach. This means that while the data was numerically analyzed using questionnaire, I also observed the culture and social context that surround these women's practices. The data were collected through observation, documentation, and a 1 until 3 Likert scale questionnaire distributed among female traditional dancers, including university students who perform in activities at Syekh Nurjati Cyber Islamic State University Cirebon, as well as dancers from local community groups. The ethnographic elements helped me to understand the meaning behind their performances, how dance becomes a form of dialogue between culture, identity, and technology. From the collected data, several patterns emerged. 87% of the respondents stated that participating in traditional dance activities, whether on stage or in digital space, has significantly increased their self-confidence. They felt that performing helped them to express themselves more freely and overcome insecurity. 79% of respondents regularly share their performance on social media platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. For them, social media serve as a new stage to display their talent and cultural pride. Meanwhile, 83% believe that the use of digital platform contributes to the preservation of local culture, as it allows traditional dance to reach wider audiences beyond regional or national boundaries. Next slide, please. Okay, based on these findings, I argue that traditional dance is no longer just a matter of cultural preservation. It has evolved into a pathway of empowerment for women in the digital era. Through their creative use of technology, these women transform into cultural ambassador, merging tradition and innovation, movement and message, heritage and digital storytelling. What makes this especially meaningful is that their empowerment is not merely individual but collective. They bring along their communities, their students, and their audiences into a shared space of appreciation and pride. Next slide, please. Okay, the photo you see on this slide represents some of those stories. Each image reflects moment, confidence, collaboration, and cultural pride, reminding us that empowerment can be expressed not only through word but also through movement, rhythm, and art. In the broader context, this study hopes to contribute to the discussion of how digital platform can serve as inclusive cultural space where women from various backgrounds can continue preserving their heritage while adapting to the realities of modern life. Before I conclude, I would like to once again extend my gratitude to Mr. Lola Bumila Sudimantara PhD and Ms. Emma Skubert PhD for this opportunity to share my research. I truly believe that through dance, both traditional and digital women find not only a voice but also a vision for empowerment and charge. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ara. Yeah, all right. Let's go on to the next presenter, Askia. Are you ready, Askia? Yeah.
Alright, good morning everyone. Good morning Miss Emma from Australia, and good morning Mr. Lala Bumela as my lecturer and also as Director of International Office of io.uinssc Sherbon. My name is Muhammad Asgar Basul Khair. I am an internship student of International Office io.uinssc, and it's an honor to present my paper titled Exposing the Gap, AI-assisted IQRF evaluation of grade 12 English textbooks in Indonesia's curriculum Merdeka for Edu Revolution at this pre-conference session of AsiaCALL 2025. In this presentation, I will discuss how AI-assisted evaluation helps identify gaps in grade 12 English textbooks under Indonesia's curriculum Merdeka and how these findings can inspire meaningful improvements in English language education. In introduction, the study examines the role of artificial intelligence, specifically ChatGPT, Qwen, and Gemini, in evaluating the narrative, the breakers of limitations from Guru Mali in the grade 12 English textbook under curriculum Merdeka, with reference to IQRF, or Asian Qualification Reference Framework Level 4 competencies. It explores how AI can assist in assessing whether educational materials meet standards for higher order thinking, independent reasoning, adaptive learning, and however, the involvement of AI models also represents an intellectual war, a contest between human cognition and machine intelligence in defining perception, emotion, and reasoning, situating education within regenerative discourse of belonging between humans and technology. This inquiry emerges amid Indonesia's English proficiency crisis, where EFAPA 2024 ranks the nation 80 out of 116 countries, exposing the gap between curricular aspiration and actual student outcomes. The grade 12 English textbook itself contains linguistic errors, like emotional doubt, and fails to promote reflective learning, while budget constraint under Presidential Instruction Number 1 of 2025 raised the dimension in the quality of learning resources. AI-assisted evaluation reveals that the 12th grade English textbook gradually meets only IQRF level 2 until 3, not level 4, highlighting an urgent need for regenerative educational transformation where emotional, aesthetic, and cognitive intelligence coverage to prepare learners for global cooperation and the ideals of Indonesia March 2045. And in this context, some countries might require external educational support or guidance, as not all nations prioritize or allocate sufficient resources to education in the same way Indonesia seeks to, underscoring the importance of innovative approach, including AI-assisted evaluation, to ensure equitable and effective learning outcomes. And the most important, the use of AI as an evaluator also represent my initiative as 21st century English teacher to prepare Generation Alpha and future learners, providing them with the skills, resilience, and critical capacities necessary to survive and thrive within Indonesia's educational system, which remains in many ways a century behind global standards. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
The theoretical foundation, it rises from Andrew Lyon's theory. He introduced artificial intelligence as alternative intelligence, framing AI as progressive collaborators that enhance human cognition rather than technological traits. He argues that universities should move beyond the traditional view that knowledge resides solely in human memory, highlighting how AI is the centuries of external memory tools, from books to reference software, and can even reveal emotional and conceptual insight previously unnoticed by humans. Complementing this, the BIMA framework by Professor Rudolf Wirawan conceptualized intelligence as mutual and reciprocal, forming an ecological system in which against human or technological, and co-create understanding rather than operate hierarchically. In education, AI systems such as ChatGPT, Qwen, and Gemini offer advanced capabilities to analyze information, generate adaptive feedback, and support personalized learning, positioning them as affiliators that enhance cognitive, emotional, and aesthetic dimensions while maintaining human interpretive authority. Despite its theoretical possibilities, research seldom examines AI's systematic role in evaluating national curriculum textbooks or compares multiple AI models' interpretative capacities in relation to international standards like the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework or AQRF. Addressing this gap, the present study investigates AI as an active participant in educational evaluation, promoting reflective, creative, and emotionally engaged learning within a regenerative intellectual ecosystem. Next slide, please. This study analyzed the one-off text of grade 12 English textbook titled The Breakers of Limitations from Gurung Mali under the Curriculum Merdeka as pilot unit without human participants. Using qualitative thematic content analysis, integrate with reading for emotions, aesthetic principle, and also IQRF level 4 competencies. And AI models like ChatGPT, Qwen, and Gemini were trained through prompt engineering and visual learning to evaluate cognitive, emotional gaps and inconsistencies, assessing its capacity to cultivate higher order thinking, emotional literacy, and aesthetic awareness in alignment with national and regional educational standards. Next slide. After I analyzed the text using ChatGPT, Qwen, and Gemini, I observed that the story stimuli like visual, symbolic, and emotional often fail to rise above as baseline of engagement, while the campfire dialogue spark tension and encourage coordination. Much of the narrative remains flat, offering limited opportunities for empathy or reflective judgment. In fact, the AI evaluation generally placed the text at IQRI level 2 until 3, reflecting its lack of substance, complexity, and adaptive challenge. And perceptual cues like contrast and also spatial alignment exist but are applied superficially, while aesthetic elements such as symmetry and page shape feel repetitive, reducing their capacity to deepen emotional resonance or cognitive challenge. Through the lens of IQRF level 4, learners require methods that are generally predictable yet open to change, demand self-direction and collaboration, and integrate emotional, perceptual, and aesthetic layers to stimulate higher order thinking. In this process, the AI example functions as cognitive mentor, highlighting gaps, modeling adaptive reasoning, and offering a mirror for learners to navigate complexity, transforming the text from static narrative into scaffold for developing reflective, resilient, and also perceptual attuned minds. And in conclusion, this study demonstrates that AI-assisted evaluation using ChatGPT, Gemini, and also Qwen can act as cognitive mentors to assess grade 12 curriculum Merdeka English text through reading for emotions and aesthetic principles. This approach integrates technocratic sustainability, ensuring continuous enhancement of educational materials and fostering regenerative belonging, creating reciprocal engagement between learners, text, and technology. While the text, the breakers of limitation from growing malicious moment of adaptive decision-making, it largely lacks sustained narrative complexity, self-directed coordination, and adaptive problem-solving required for learner age 17 until 18 according to Paget's for operation stage and also AQRF level 4 standards. By reflecting AI system insight, educators can identify gaps and guide Generation Alpha learners towards reflective, resilient, emotionally attuned, and higher order reasoning skills, supporting Indonesia educational transformation and the vision of Indonesia Mas 2045. I think that's from me. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. So Asia found a very big problem in our current curriculum textbook produced by government, yeah, Asia, yeah? Okay, very interesting. Okay, now everyone, let's move on to the very last speaker of the day, Arfan. Yes, Arfan, the show is yours.
All right. Good morning, Miss Emma from Australia, and good morning, Sir Lala, and to all the audiences here. My name is Indra Maulana Arfan Aziz from the International Office UINSC Bersyah Nurjati Cirebon. Today I would like to share with you a short talk about my paper title, Between Word and Wisdom, AI as a Student Assessment Partner in English Language Learning. Next slide, please. Because we live in a time when artificial intelligence like ChatGPT, Qwen, and others is everywhere. In education, AI can give students instant feedback on their writing, grammar, word choice, even writing style. This seems very helpful, especially because teachers are often too busy to give detailed comments to every student. Next slide. So right now, many schools still focus on final tests, what we call summative assessment, especially in Indonesia. These tests give one score, one moment, and one number. But real learning does not happen in a single moment. It happens through ongoing conversation, mistakes, reflection, and care. This is where formative assessment comes in feedback that helps students grow, not just judge them. But teachers are busy giving the personal feedback to every student is hard. That's why some schools turn to AI, and AI can read a student's writing and give instant suggestion. It can point out grammar errors, suggest better words, or even ask questions to push thinking. Next slide. Because feedback is not just about correcting words, it's about seeing the student, their effort, their voice, and their story. A machine can say, this sentence is wrong, but only a teacher can say, I see you are trying to express something important. Let's find your voice together. This study adopts a quantitative survey designed to investigate how English language teachers perceive the role of artificial intelligence, especially generative AI tools such as ChatGPT, Qwen as a collaborative student assessment partner in illuminating pedagogical feedback within English language learning. Next. So this idea connects to a bigger conversation like the one in Prof. Dr. Rudolf Wirawan's paper, Beyond the SDGs. The paper warns us, don't trust tools and numbers blindly. When we focus only on data, speed, and global standards, we forget about local wisdom, relationship, and belonging. However, there is a risk of AI sees word, not wisdom. It corrects errors, not the effort, emotion, or cultural meaning behind a student's writing. Without a teacher contextualize and humanize the feedback, an AI can reinforce a technocratic logic where learning becomes about performance, not belonging. And that's exactly what Beyond the SDGs warns us about, the danger of reducing human life to metrics. Next. So for the conclusion, AI can help in English teaching, but only if we use it the right way. It should not replace teachers, instead it should support them. Our study shows that AI tools like ChatGPT, Quen, and others can give fast, useful feedback on English language learning. This helps students reflect, revise, and learn more independently. It also gives teachers more time to focus on what really matters, building trust, understanding students' feelings, and guiding their growth. But AI alone is not enough. It is words but not wisdom. It's correct grammar but not the here behind the English language learning. That's why teacher must stay at the center. When AI and teacher work together with care, awareness, and respect, assessment becomes more than a score. It becomes a conversation, a moment of connection, a step toward learning. In the end, the goal is not perfect English, it's human learning, rooted in belonging, not just performance. Thank you so much.
So much, everyone. Let's give a big applause for all of us. Okay, so Emma, that's all the stories presented and retold by 7 selected students today. So we would like to hear a general overview from you, probably 5 to 10 minutes, and after that we can have a live Q&A with the students as well. All right, Emma, please.
Fantastic work, everybody. Some wonderful research and lived experience that has gone into those very hard-working pieces of those projects. Really, they're amazing. Very impressed with the deep dives and how invested you've become in really querying what's going on in your education structures and the ways. I'm just going to speak many good ways that the frameworks and the research are applied in these very critical pieces of analyses. So look, just I think a few highlights just while I've been taking notes. Yeah, so just is it Farah? First student. Just obviously your final kind of final trajectory of education training. What it really feels like in that I guess in some ways it feels, I don't know, it feels chaotic when you are faced with trying to reconcile the curriculum and what the expectations of the standards are, and then the reality is far from whatever it is that you feel like you've been equipped to deal with. So well done on that bravery, and just encourage you to keep asking those questions for the students, and you in that way become the like filling up the gaps, and your own intelligence and the way that you can emotionally have navigate those really tricky places on behalf of your students. I mean, I think this is where educators and AI and governments and all the things that we have to try and wrangle and wrestle and rumble with each other to try and work out what's best for our learners in this 21st century. It's I think really a critical engagement every day to turn up and bravely understand that that's what you're carrying. Like it's it's an amazing space to be working in and really exciting, but just want to acknowledge that it is really important work that you're doing, and yeah, all my very best for your next transition into whatever you decide you're going to become after this course from university, because that's an incredibly exciting moment. So
Yep, yep.
I think that's a really interesting moment as well as another, isn't it? I know we talk about these standards globally, but I do wonder like how that plays out in real world context and how locally it becomes a lived experience too. So is it just another performance measure?
Yep.
You know, where we think we have to just kind of tick these boxes. And
Right.
I think Samara, with, you know, feeling like trying to, like, those beautiful vignettes, the sustainable moments, in, you know, when you're with those dancers and when people in an audience, like, it's the porous nature of what's going on that can't be put into a text necessarily. It can, you know, you can try as hard to describe these things and then try and match them to curriculum standards.
Yeah.
But you're working with a transformative moment in that space. And I think that's incredibly, like, you know, is this where the future's actually going? Like, instead of more standards and meeting, you know, these things that you can kind of have to jump bars and hoops and, you know, you kind of end up contorting yourself trying to fit into these really small spaces
Yep.
of expectations. But then, you know, the human just wants to burst out and just be in that place. It's you know, exposing the gaps. I really like that too, because, you know, we're dealing here with trying to close the gap,
Yeah.
but you know, exposing the gap in some ways, I think has a lot more punch in terms of its criticality around. Well, let's talk about the gap itself, and not just about, you know, where people are falling short. But
Yeah.
yeah, how can we emotionally fill those gaps as educators to somehow, like, to make sense? Like, where is that meaning making, which a number of you spoke about as well? The tension of meaning making between context, emotions, experience, you know, the delivery of the curriculum. How do you resolve? You know, it's like that moment of, as educators, how do we resolve the release of that emotion? How do we become that scale? Look, I'd love to learn more about the foundation of harmony, which Serena talked about too. Like, that just sounds incredibly rich, and another cultural experience that, you know, how do you have that experience transnationally across a Zoom, or right into, you know, ticker box standards
Yep.
in a national curriculum? I think, yeah, what is your agency as educators in all of this, in order, like, you can critically understand where these tensions are, and then to take that on an everyday level, to be able to wake up in the morning, again, filled with courage and hope and peace and the things that you can be for your students, when you realise that you can't reconcile the gaps, you can't reconcile the SDGs, you can't, you know, framework yourself through this problem that you've got. It is almost a one-to-one student-teacher, student-to-student, educator community and ecology that will, I think, in some ways gives you that kind of the support to be able to keep doing the good work that you'll work out as you just keep putting one foot in front of the other. I think national policymakers and, you know, even in Australia, we just can't seem to get it right.
Yep.
You know, so the disparate natures of what we're, you know, what we're both kind of grappling with as either, you know, Australian educators or Indonesian educators, there's so many similarities.
Yep.
And in the end, I think, you know, just that the human acknowledgement of, I just take my hat off to you guys. can see this, you know, and what will keep you sustainable in the kind of chaos that we're all experiencing, really. I just, yeah, I can draw the little red riding hood. I just wanted to say that is such a, you know, it's a well-known fairy tale here anyway.
Yeah.
But, you know, I feel like in some ways, as educators, who's the Red Riding Hood? Who's the Red Riding Hood? Who's the wolf? And the, you know, like as educators, you know, we're often viewed, I think, by, I feel like sometimes the policymakers are the wolves.
Yeah.
And you know, educators are the Red Riding Hood.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, we're trying to kind of bridge the gaps.
Yeah.
In our students, you know, hearts,
Right.
minds, and things. And those, you know, the wolves kind of are like watching us. But yeah, it's almost like how did the Red Riding Hood outwit her opponents? And it was that second version of the text.
Yeah.
And as educators, how do we communicate that second version of the text of who we are to people who are making these impositions of, you know, frameworks and curricula and things up. But anyway, fantastic work, everybody.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
thank you. Thank you.
There's been fun.
All right. Thank you so much, Emma. A big applause to everyone, to all of you. Thank you so much for the appreciation. Any questions or comments, everyone? I think you have a lot to say to Emma. Farah, do you want to say something?
Yes, sir. I have a question for Miss Emma and also for my lecturer, Mr. Lala, maybe.
Oh, you don't have to ask me, just ask Emma.
Okay. The first thing that I have, maybe some of my friends also realized that the first challenge for us right now as a future educator is we have to create learning environment that can make a connection between the local wisdom and digital technology, as what we have discussed in the previous. But there is a bigger challenge here, because in Indonesia, English taught as a second language. As a foreign language. Yes, sir. So the problem is increase because the first thing is we have to create learning environment that can make a connection between the local wisdom and digital technology. We also have to focus on our students' ability in English, students' fluency in English, because as a evidence, as a proven by data EPI, English Proficiency Index, that Indonesia has experienced the low proficiency level since 2017 until 2024. So what I want to ask to Ms. Emma is, may you share your experience as an educator in Australia? How can you create the true innovation in learning, the learning that have a connection between the learning itself with the students' emotion, the spiritual aspect, and their environment, their physical environment in English language learning through the utilization of digital technology such as AI tool, because now we are living in the age of AI. So my question, one more, how can you as an educator in Australia create the true innovation in English language learning through the utilization of digital technology such as AI tool? Thank you very much,
Thank
Ms.
you for
Emma.
the questions. That's a very profound question, I believe. Yes, Emma, I think you have a lot to share as well. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Farah. That is a very big question. I think I'm working at the moment in a primary school, and there are teachers I know struggling with the literacy levels of our children as they're coming through. And I know, for instance, that we are not using digital tools with that particular literacy program. So right now, my experience with little ones who are learning English years old, 5, 6 years old. It's a bespoke program the school has developed in response to the children that we have in the groups, the cohort that actually comes to our school. In terms of, like my friend and colleague Kiri, who I mentioned, is working on country with First Nations at the Open. She would be able to describe for you that process that's been happening in a bicultural space. I think with digital tools, drawing on my experience from in the school where there were 4 Aboriginal languages plus English, it was taking time. Like we had the rollout of the iPad and training of staff for about 12 to 18 months, and the uptake depended on the educator. So it wasn't mandated. Well, the principal had hoped that teachers were delivering English and the curriculum through these digital tools, but because it came back to the individual educators, some educators weren't using those digital tools, and so there was a kind of a block at the level of the educator in order to kind of facilitate that learning with children. So there are some interesting, I can't give you this is how it's working, and this is the innovation. It's, at this point, to me, my experience has been, it's a case-by-case basis, depending on the school, depending on the educators that are in the school, and the philosophy of that school in delivering their literacy programs. So, yeah, it's really tricky, and particularly now with AI. I'll put into the chat the program that I saw that has a clip that talks about how there's a high school called Clubston High School in New South Wales that's doing it, using it as a critical amplification with their students in high school. So that the actual teaching of English at very basic levels, that seems to be like one entry level, but I haven't yet seen how it's working with digital tools in an immersive way. And with AI, that's going to be even more, I feel like educators are going to have to grapple even more with that. If they're not using digital tools, then even that level's not even going to get a chance at this point. So, I'm not sure that I've answered your question in an ideal way, but yeah.
Thank you, Emma, for sharing this experience. So there is a variety of probably innovation, right? That depending on the teacher, educator, or the school context. Okay, guys, any more question? I think we still have like 5 minutes to go. Laili, Sherry, Salsa, anyone? Oh, Cyril, or even Ara. Do you want to learn more about body tank, Ara, about the dance? Because Emma is also an artist.
Okay.
Yeah. Ara.
Hello, Miss Emma. I wanna talk question about you. From your perspective, Miss Emma, how do you see the role of traditional art like dance in promoting women's empowerment in the digital era, especially in developing countries like Indonesia?
That's very interesting. Yeah, Emma, you have seen the Tari Topeng Cirebon 8 years ago. How would you see that as a, I don't know, a new capital for women empowerment now in a more urbanized Cirebon? That's a very interesting question. Yeah. Yeah, now Cirebon is getting more urbanized. Even people in the small villages, now prefer to live the way the city people live because of the invasion of digitalization into the village. And I know that there are a lot of people learning the tari topeng Cirebon here, but we don't want to see dance as commodity, but as empowerment. So, in the, how do you see that in Australian and Indonesian context, actually?
That's such a great question because there's a couple of things that I think Australians don't really dance.
Yeah,
They
maybe.
might dance at, parties or,
Yeah,
nightclubs or whatever, but there's no real nationally significant dances apart from our First Nations
yeah,
dancers who will share those types of ceremonial dances depending on the appropriateness of what it is and who attends.
yep,
Yeah, we look. The closest that I think that Australians have come to dance and even shared kind of groupings is like football.
yep,
Our different football teams, because it's almost like that's their tribal, and that's the tribalness in Australia. It kind of comes back to more of, we call it sport, but it's actually culture.
yep,
I think actually that's where our culture is most visibly seen. So in terms of how Australians commoditise dance, for
right,
instance, a lot of people would really, it would be, they kind of don't have a language. They really wouldn't know how to, I think, understand dance. They wouldn't look at it and think it was quite, what's this?
yeah,
Quite confronting. Even people I know who have quite a lot of cultural capital and can speak in like highly intelligent ways. Like I know a lawyer, for instance, who's my father's age, just didn't really want to be part of any kind of dance audience. And I bought him a ticket to a dance company that was visiting Darwin,
yep,
and he loved it. But there's some barriers there about who we are as Australians and what dance is, and commoditising that.
yeah,
It really is only, I think, a very small group of Australians who would pay a ticket to go and see professional dancers, which is incredibly. I think dance is one of the most profound expressions of the human.
yeah,
And I think we've lost kind of the language and the way to understand the human here in Australia, or it's just not articulated well enough for it to be something. Which is, yeah, I mean, I'm jealous of your Indonesian culture and the beautiful different regions and cultural dances that you have, because there is such history and meaning and connection to ancestral understandings and spirituality that I've experienced. And,
wow,
I was kind of,
yeah.
being invited there. So.
Thank you, Emma. I hope we can invite you to return to Cirebon to see the real Tari Topeng Cirebon, and there are a lot of even let's call transcendental art expressions in our culture. Even in Cirebon alone, there is a kind of dance that is, let's call it mystical, because the human body is not actually moved by the human body itself. Yeah, and then in some delivery of the poem, of the sacred poem, the poem is performed transcendentally, because we cannot simply memorize 200 pages poem, but it comes like the message from the divinity, and we are so curious about that. But I think it's better for us to start talking about art as a catalyst for human development first, and then we can go to the transcendental view of the art itself. So, guys, I think we are running out of time, right? It's been like 3 hours with Dr. Emma Skuberg, and we are having a very lively moment, Emma, with you in the show. So, thank you once again for joining us this morning. I know it's almost 3 p.m. in Alice Springs, right? So, everyone, so we will continue the discussion later on with Dr. Emma Skuberg. And I do hope that we can create more collaborative projects with you and with your colleagues, both in Central Australia or in New South Wales, because I believe that we can thrive in the 21st century only when we can collaborate with the right people. So guys, yeah, we've been talking about a lot of topic about teacher education, about your reflection as a student teacher, as also as a student researcher. It's very exciting to see how my students navigate this big world, Emma. And thank you again for sharing the ideas. And we will explore some references that you have shared with us. And hopefully we can have more sessions with you. So Emma, thank you once again. Have a nice weekend. We wish you all the best in life as always. I hope to see you again next time. And everyone, thank you for joining us this morning or this afternoon. We will have a break for about an hour and we will go back to the different session with other speaker. Thank you, Emma, and have a nice one. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, Emma.
Thank you so much. Have a lovely day, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Yes, tepuk tangan guys. Sudah. Alright. Oke, jadi kita break dulu. Jangan lupa ini slide-nya dikirim ke Rahma lagi, nanti di print juga untuk LPJ ya. Tapi mungkin nanti untuk beberapa orang ada improvement, terutama yang mau ke Malaysia, nanti ditambah lagi bagian method sama data analisis dan lain-lain gitu ya. Karena etnografi ya, etnografi itu biasanya catatan foto, dokumen wawancaranya biasanya tebal banget biasanya. Tapi nanti nggak apa-apa, udah ada apa namanya contoh proposalnya dan lain-lain. Untuk Arfan juga sama, kalau memang itu untuk di AsiaCALL dipresentasikan nanti disempurnakan area method dan apa namanya data analisisnya. Itu berarti dialog development sama resolution ya, stage itu harus ada. Oke guys, kita break dulu sampai jam 12.45 lah harus sudah ready lagi. Nanti jam 12.45 tolong siapkan juga makan untuk Miss Nia ya sama snacknya. Nanti buat Om Kosim siapin juga ya, Rahma udah siap. Ya saya kalau ada acara suka manggil Om Kosim ke sini. Oke guys, thank you. Tepuk tangan sekali lagi dah. Oke. tim utama masih lengkap ya. Ini tim utama yang akan presentasi di AsiaCALL.
Feedback ya Pak ya?
Kenapa? Iya mungkin harus satu-satu dulu. Oke, udah Van? Oke, setengah dua ya, 13.19 sih. Kita ada session dengan Miss Nia ya. Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alright, so I hope you're having a great ISOMA moment everybody. Miss Nia is back at the office. Hari ini, siang ini sebenarnya acaranya lebih ke workshop. Nia bisa share tentang tips-tips jadi presenter sekaligus jadi LO untuk para mahasiswa kami yang akan jadi presenter di AsiaCALL iya, jadi LO juga iya, jadi panitia di sekretariatan iya, jadi digital content creation juga iya. Jadi mereka tugasnya banyak banget. Oke, jadi ada berapa yang kirim paper? In total, kita tuh nerima 92 abstrak, 190-an authors dan dari 17 negara. Tapi kita lagi plotting berapa yang akan datang online dan offline. Dan karena this is first experience to our students to join the international conference, mungkin harus dikasih gambaran besar gitu ya. Tadi sih di sesi yang pagi dengan Emma Louise Kuberg, anak-anak udah tampil lumayan terengginas. Waktu presentasi dari 10 menit bisa dipangkas menjadi 8 menit. Ya mungkin sama kayak waktu kita latihan debating kali ya. Kalau debating kan 8 menit itu harus benar-benar yang paling penting. Kalau nggak penting itu kalau strukturnya aneh, argumennya aneh jadi kelabakan nanti kita nggak bisa menang poin. Jadi nanti Nia bisa share ke teman-teman apa sih yang harus dipersiapkan banget untuk jadi presenter atau di LO. Apa itu yang pertama, terus yang keduanya bisa juga mungkin sharing tentang research ideas di belakangnya, mungkin obrolan dengan anak-anak. Jadi ini lebih ke workshop tapi sharing session yang dimana anak-anak bisa apa namanya explore aja gitu dengan Nia gitu. Saya kebetulan lagi mereview paper mahasiswa S2 gitu ya, lagi baca-baca gitu. Jadi agak conflicting juga sih karena nanti malam saya ngajar setengah 8 sampai jam setengah 10. Jadi hari Sabtu biasanya harus agak rehat, ini malah harus banyak kegiatan gitu ya. So ya mungkin mangga silakan, the show is yours. Boleh sampai jam berapa? Setengah 3 atau jam 3 mungkin diatur aja lah karena lagi kondangan juga kan. Oke, gitu aja. Terima kasih ya. Mudah-mudahan teman-teman masih semangat. Jadi nanti ini mencair aja sama Miss Nia ya. Alright, thank you. Nia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Alright everyone. So I'm gonna adjust my microphone. I think. Can you help me? Okay. Alright. Check sound first. Okay. Is my voice okay now? Still having feedback? Cek. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Finally, alhamdulillah. It's nice to see you all again. My name is Sirniawati, and I am here with you all to discuss something. So let's have a conversation. Thank you to Mr. Lala for inviting me, and thank you everyone for having me here. Today's activity is actually more of discussion, because we will discuss your role and also what you need to do and how you do it, inshallah. Okay, my name is Nia and welcome to my session. I hope you are okay. Have you had your lunch all? Alhamdulillah. So you are ready, you are fueled and ready to take another discussion with me. I think before we begin, I want to know you. Please mention your name and also your role, or maybe you are interested in what part in AsiaCALL or what AsiaCALL makes you excited. Okay, maybe from my right side first.
Alright, alright. My name is Muhammad Asia Khair. In international office, I became web administrator, and my interest in AsiaCALL is because AsiaCALL talk so much about the digital pedagogy, that is artificial intelligence. So that's make me to more sharp to menggali knowledge about technology gitu, lebih mendalam lagi. Thank you.
Next. Okay, my name is Farah Shifa, Miss, and you can call me Farah or the others. And then I am a 7th semester student, last year university student here, and then in international office, I'm here since 2024, in the early 2024 until today, and my role is in the administration team. And then what I feel excited about the AsiaCALL, because a bit same with Askia, because my research interest right now for my final examination is on the I combine with the neuroscience, language learning, and digital technology incorporation. So I think the scope is really aligned with my mini thesis research. Thank you so much, Miss.
Okay. Good afternoon, Miss. My name is Rasaria Gayatri, and in international office, I am a website administrator, same as Askia and also Salsabila. And actually, this AsiaCALL conference is our second proceeding conference, and my interesting topic in the research in this AsiaCALL is about neuroscience, same as Farah. And it little bit make me nervous because this is the first time we present in offline event. Okay. I think that's enough from me, Miss.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Miss Nia. My name is Cyrilla Zahra Sania. You can call me Cyrilla or Cyril. I am administration team in international office since 2024 until now, maybe until graduation. So my interest topic in AsiaCALL, because AsiaCALL, the theme of AsiaCALL, AI in language education, and I want to explore more about AI in language education, because my current research about local wisdom cultural heritage that combine with neuroscience, and I want to know about that because this is the first time I learned about that. Thank you, Miss Indah.
Good afternoon, Miss. My name is Indah Fitri Hidayah, and currently I'm a 7th semester student intern at International Office. I'm in digital content creator team. Why one thing about AsiaCALL is this is my first time international conference that's offline, because in July we already do international conference but online. And why I'm interested in AsiaCALL, because same as Cyril, Farah, Reza, I use AI in my research. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Miss. I'm Salsabila, and I'm one of the website administrators, same as Askia and Garesa. And what makes me excited about AsiaCALL 2025, because it's my first time to involve in international conference as a co-author, because usually I just participate as a committee or just participant in international conference. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum, Miss. I am Maulida Rahma, and I'm the part of administration team, and I'm so excited of AsiaCALL because I will be presenter of AsiaCALL and for the first time. Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's nice to know you all and your motivation also to attend the AsiaCALL 2025. Remember that this is very rare opportunity, and you have to carry with pride that your role. Moreover, you have two roles here, as students presenter and also as student committee, and I hope that you can do it really well and come out as satisfactory, inshallah. Okay, talking about the students presenter, some of you have already been in the conference, international conference. You say that it was an online conference, that's right. Okay, where you were also presenters. Okay, where was it? Okay, so the host is other university, and then you registered to be the presenters in that conference, and you present your paper. Okay, can you tell me about your experience? For example, when you were invited, you came to the conference, how many days are there? A day, okay. In one day, you listen to the keynote speakers, and after that, you were divided into breakout rooms, and you go to the room and you present there. How many minutes did you present the paper? 10 minutes. Okay, but it was a real-time presentation, not recorded, or? Okay. Nice. Well, actually, online and offline are not really different. The only thing is you will present yourself physically. I think offline is easier because we can anticipate like technical or any difficulties. But as a committee, we have to make sure that everything is okay. Yeah, before we begin everything. So I want to know what's your opinion, or what's your fear, what do you think your challenge, or what how do you will face your offline What's your preparation? Anything that you want to say about your presentation, especially in offline mode? Maybe Askia? All of you are presenters as well, right? Or not? Indah? From Indah.
From the last one.
So how many are the presenters?
Only 4 of us.
For who?
For the class.
Okay.
Or
For the AsiaCALL. Yeah. For the future conference. Like all of you here are the presenters?
the first author.
First author. Who are the presenter? Askia and Indah. And Rahma, Askia and Indah. All of you. Okay, all of you will be the presenters in AsiaCALL. Sure, nice. I want to know your preparation. Can you tell me how will you do it? So in online meeting, you will go to breakout room that will be set up by the committee, and also you will be the committee as well. I'm actually kind of confused how you will do that role, but okay. Right. So Askia, what do you think? It will be. For example, you will go gather in one room with who or your preparation.
I think for my preparation, I always get exercise every night.
Okay.
I have a single schedule every day, and I always talk to myself in my room, so I can become a proper presenter in AsiaCALL. But sometimes I can't speak properly, even though in Indonesia or English, because I prefer to write something, like write novel, write journal article. But in speaking, maybe I
You
like
have difficulty.
difficulty.
Okay.
I think that's
right. You think that you are more skillful in writing, to put your idea, to put your opinion,
Yes.
everything through written mode rather than the spoken mode. Is that right?
Yes. So
Okay.
AsiaCALL is my learning section also, so I can exercise more
Right.
in here.
Okay, it's nice that Askia challenged himself, not only stay in his comfort zone, and he also shows us his effort, where every evening he exercise with the presentation, everything. Yeah, exercise or preparation is the key, so that you can make sure everything runs smoothly. You can pretend or fake yourself first, maybe. Prepare everything. So what other preparation that you should bring? For example, you have the PowerPoint presentation, right? Yeah. Well, actually, that really helps a lot, because you don't need to talk and talk without any help, or your PowerPoint presentation will help you with everything, so don't worry about it. You know about yourself, you know what things that you do, you research, you are the expert in that room, so don't worry about it. Okay, I think your experience in offline meeting is quite similar, like in online meeting. You will present your topic in front of people in certain amount of time, and after that you will be given question and answer. Is that right? Yeah. I also maybe you will be given recommendation or suggestion. Yeah, be open to that, because knowledge is really unlimited, and it's really exciting that you will meet new people, new perspectives. So yeah, just be excited. Inshallah, you will be fine. Do you have any? Yes, more than fine. You are all experienced. Okay, because you have talked about your preparation as presenters, can you tell me what did you learn from Miss Emma this morning? So how you present your paper, is that right? What did you learn from Miss Emma this morning? So that I can maybe add something.
From my opinion,
Mhm.
I feel that when we join in our presentation in this morning, we it was kind of like we live something. We tried a lived experience. Like we have to prepare about our future presentation in AsiaCALL, but we are not only focused on the preparation on the make PowerPoint or write the paper, but we also prepare for ourselves in the real situation in the presentation.
Okay,
So,
that's nice.
My Farah really glad to join as a part in this team, because Sarala not only focus on our not only focus on the administration needs, but he also focus on our preparation or on our improvement in our ability. So he makes this event, this morning event, as one of the preparation for ourselves.
Oh, that's nice. I wish I could have been there, but unfortunately I cannot. So yeah, I believe that Miss Emma has delivered all the things that necessary for you to prepare your paper presentation. It's actually, you know more than her. because because you did your research, you wrote your research, and you know everything, the background. Yeah, it's you, it's about yourself. Okay, so my role here, so in this opportunity I will present to you about how to be a student committee in international conference. Actually, we hold, I think, two national conference and two international conferences in the past, and I involved my students as well to be the committee. So usually we have lectures as a committee, and also we invite students. Why? Because they need to enhance their soft skill, not only go to the classroom, doing assignment and everything. So it's very important for you to try new things and experience new things, getting to know your friends and getting to know yourself through involving in the international conference. For example, it's very important for your growth. So be grateful for this opportunity, and thank to Mr. Lala to give them very rare opportunity, Pak Lala. Okay, so what's actually students committee is not only about event organizer. I heard that students committee often organize and it's only stop there. It's not. You are the university ambassador, and it's international. You are Indonesian ambassador. Yeah. So be prepared for that. You are the face of your university, you are the face of AsiaCALL itself, and you are the face of Indonesia. So carry with pride. That's very big responsibilities that you will do in AsiaCALL. So, okay. But beside of that, you will have hands-on experience and practical training with me. That's actually the spirit, that you are the face, you are the ambassador of everything here. And in this occasion, we will try to develop professional behavior, effective communication, service etiquette through interactive real-life simulation. Actually, you have been in the international office for about how many years?
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years. I think the role quite similar, where you have to work with others, coordinating some events, and you will do lots of meetings and discussion. So it's quite similar. Okay, we go to the next slide. Okay, I want to know your experience being a committee. Have you been in one conference or one event that you did together? You execute everything together? Have you ever been in that situation before, where you were a committee? Like all of you, as a team, in the past? Yes. For example, in international office, I think you had events or anything that you need to organize, you have to work together. For example, can you mention?
International focus group discussion.
Mm-hmm.
And inauguration for the international students.
Okay.
Yeah, the memorandum of understanding.
Right, so let's take one example where you involve like many people, many stakeholders, for example. FGD. Oh, IFGD. What it stands for? Okay, so who are the attendees? Who are the attendees? Can you explain the?
Apa namanya? Gender dynamic, Miss. The topic was about gender dynamic and several the attendees. Yeah, there are international attendees from Philippines. One of them Pakistan. One of them is Dr. Bina.
Okay, so it's a international discussion where the speakers are from 3 different countries with the students involved. Who are the viewer or maybe the participants?
Because when we held that event, it was open for public.
Mm-hmm.
So if I am not wrong, there are several students from several departments in came here to get involved with the discussion.
Was it online or offline? Offline, right. Hybrid as well. Okay, so can you tell me like how you arranged that? Who were the chief of the committee, the secretary? Do you still remember how you organized that? The organization. How you divide your task?
Actually, the chief of the event
Oh, right. Okay.
No.
Okay, from the lecture.
We actually have several teams here, Miss,
Mhm.
like digital administration and also web developer. But when we want to hold in an event,
Mhm.
we remake a committee structural.
Right.
Yeah, like we choose book. No, we choose. We
Give the opportunity
Yeah.
for
For someone.
to choose what division they want.
Okay, so you made divisions for that event. For example, what division?
For not really division, means like we make a list in
Mhm.
our WhatsApp group,
Right.
and everyone can have a list of our name.
Mhm.
They choose they want to be what role in
Mhm.
the event. For the example, like Askia, maybe Askia wants to be a master of ceremony.
Right.
For example, and then for the others want to be a moderator, and
Mhm.
the other want to be a liaison officer or LO,
Mhm.
or maybe there was someone who wants to be a note to land.
Okay,
Others.
note taker. All right. So it's nice. One of the things that makes the event successful is how you manage it. One of the way is you organize the right people to the right task. For example, Askia, what is your role? You still remember? Or who are the LO or MC?
I don't really remember.
Oh,
at the
okay.
event.
That's okay. Right. And then from your experience, you organize based on the tasks that you will do and who are interested to participate doing this task. Right. We actually, formally, we have names. Pak Lala, you say that Pak Lala always be the chief, right? Pak Lala, actually, there are two committees. Steering committee and organizing committee. Pak Lala is of course the chief of this international office, but is it okay, but actually you will, if you appoint a student to be the chief of organizing committee, so that only one person that will coordinate with you, or
Yeah, that's how we do things here.
okay.
Because I don't have big team, structurally speaking.
Right.
One new secretary and one new member.
Okay.
They might not have a lot of experience in
Right.
dealing with workshops or even big conferences like this.
Right.
So I challenge them to
Mm.
also be part of the organizing committee.
Okay.
They have all the so-called administrative fluency.
Mm.
So that's what I really need actually.
Okay.
We focus so much on the preparation of the administration,
Mhm.
and then you know that we have to meet a lot of regulations. We have to comply
Right.
with a lot of regulations.
Okay.
And those young people know how to deal with the regulation as well. So they are now in charge for a lot of things during the administration, especially for the finances, because we have heaps of stuff to prepare, and I'm trying to make it simple actually.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the lecturers here are super busy.
Mm.
Right? A lot of them are becoming sekretaris jurusan or ketua jurusan, a lot
Right.
of them.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a lot of people to get involved as the committee.
Mhm.
So we have, let's say, dual roles, or
Okay.
probably triple,
Mm.
or probably quadruple roles.
Mm.
So that's what's happening here. We're running big events, but we have limited people to organize this stuff.
Okay. Well, actually, that's good opportunity for you because you get involved a lot with Pak Lala, talk a lot with Pak Lala, and you have first-hand experience handling everything. What I mean by who will be the organizing committee is like the student like do not put everything on you gitu Pak. So there must be one chief of the student who will organize the students. For example, you who will be the chief, who will be the secretary, the treasurer, only for that event, only for one specific event. And you have to report it to Pak Lala. Pak Lala is the supervisor.
Seems like PIC.
It's not the PIC, it's like a small organization, but only for one that specific event. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. But I think it's also a good thing that you can be more flexible here, because the focus is doing your tasks done, not only having people with the role and everything, or you put names on it but you don't know what to do. So the I think you need to put it more flexible, which you are doing right now, and that's okay too. Okay, so can we get back to the slide? Okay, let's talk about a good committee member. So be responsible and reliable, communicative and polite, cooperative with other division, calm, solution oriented under pressure, and also presentable. It's very important that because we do it offline, so we have to be more presentable, and all of the soft skill that you must possess. Do you think that you have it all? Yes. Inshallah. You have been trained here like for 2 years. Inshallah, you have all responsible, reliable, communicative, polite, cooperative, calm, solution oriented. Okay, let's go to next slide. Okay, communication is like the heart of the event. It will connect everything. What media that you use to communicate with each other through WhatsApp group?
WhatsApp group and Zoom if we need.
Okay.
Email, also email.
For coordination, for planning, organizing, following up, evaluating, or do you use different modes? Do you meet offline as well?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
offline, and then for organizing the meeting, we often use Gmail, Google Calendar.
Oh, nice.
Time.
Yes.
And then for sharing the documents,
Mm-hmm.
any kind of documents, we often share it by WhatsApp and also email. And we also make a data backup in Google Drive.
Okay, so you're quite organized and using the any possible means for communicate with each other, and also keep the record of the communication really well. So that's nice. Do you think you have experienced any difficulties in communicating? What challenges have you experienced before in communication? No.
Yeah, sure we do. For me personally, because right now I'm not fully in the office, because I have to complete my teaching practice.
Okay.
So when I have to communicate with my team, I have to wait for them give me some updates.
Okay. So it's a delayed response from your friends, your partner, and what's the solution? Did you spam with calls or messages? Possessive, yeah.
Make a maybe a kind like evaluation in that day. Like we need some updates for every day. So the team who are in the office have to always give us the update in our small WhatsApp group, or maybe after Maghrib or after Isha, so that we can we know the any informations what happened in the office.
Okay, so don't take anything personally.
No.
And be patient, because if it's outside like offline mode, it's very sensitive, so stay away from anything personal. Just read as it is, or maybe you can get back later. Okay, so that's nice. Right, communication is the lifeblood of an event, linking every moving part to ensure that everything runs smoothly from one end to another, from planning to post-event follow-ups. Effective communications keep your event on the right track by driving collaboration, engagement, and satisfaction among all stakeholders. So good communication is not only for you as committee, but also you need to communicate as well everything to stakeholders. For example, what are the stakeholders, for example, in the AsiaCALLs? Can you mention who are the stakeholders? The presidents, the prominent people in AsiaCALL, for example, the president, vice president, and presenters, participants, viewers, reviewers. Who else?
The university's team, like finance team, and the other.
Yes, you must be nice with them. Keep good communication, because it's not only like flowing tasks to someone else, it's also you give a sense of safety. It will be convenience if you communicate everything very clear from the very beginning. So make sure that communication runs really well, so everyone can be happy. Okay, next. So here are the examples of stakeholders that you will communicate. There are 4, but not limited to those 4. Organizers and teams, your teams, attendees, viewers and also presenters, speakers and presenters, vendors, and also partners. What else do you think? From the campus, like officer from this university. Do you need to communicate with internal officer? Okay, who are they? Finance team. Okay. Make sure you list all the stakeholders that you need to reach out, so that you can prepare from the very beginning. Do you have vendors and partners? Yeah. You need place, right? When you hold or organize event in offline mode, you will need place.
Upstairs at the 8th floor.
Okay. Can you use it like freely, or do you need to do a certain step? For example, sending letters to. Okay. Right, so it's include into your partners and also vendors. Anything that you need for the conference? The vendors? What do you think? Usually in a conference, is there any conference kit, Pak Lala? Yes. Oh, okay, yeah.
For the food and then for the
Food.
master of ceremony.
Okay, right. So it's including that. For organizers and team, you also mentioned that you are all actually consisted of 50. Is that right? 50 members or 45? 45 members, but not all will be included.
Honestly, we have not make a specific division for
Mhm.
the AsiaCALL committee,
Mhm.
but we have choose 45 people to be a committees.
Okay. Right. Actually, AsiaCALL is very big conference, and we must take it seriously. I think you need to put some table, for example. Have you done that before? For example, what event will happen and who the PIC, what the responsibilities, something like that. I think at least if you do not have organization, at least you have table. It's like to-do list table.
We have like a checklist for administration needs only.
Okay, nice. For example?
For the example, like we need to make kind of like letters,
Mhm.
submission, what is that?
Okay. You assess the rule based on the needs for the conference. For example, it has been happening. For example, the one who in charge organizing what?
For the example, someone who have to make like terms of reference.
Okay,
And then
administrative.
yes, and then I put also the PIC,
Mhm.
the deadline, also the progress on the
Okay.
table. But it was only for the administration
Mhm.
needs.
I think for now, okay. For the future, what do you think? Okay. So in the pre-activity, you will have LO. LO will be in charge in getting in touch with the people who need guidance. Okay. And during the conference, you have the organizing committee who are doing something in the event, right? Including the LO as well. Can you imagine like what role will you do?
Can we?
Who handle what, for example?
Can we mention from our previous events?
Sure.
We have prepared for the pre-event
Mhm.
committee, and then during event committee and the
Post-event, yeah.
committee. We divided our team. There is someone who really take in charge to prepare some letters.
Mhm.
For example, invitation letter, and during the event we also prepare for someone who taking the notes like Askia.
Okay.
For particular speakers, and then for past event, post event, we also prepare for someone who prepare the report.
Okay. And for technical thing, like the guys
Yeah,
also
we
work.
have a technical
Okay.
team. We have operator.
Okay.
We have our operator.
Right.
And for now, maybe a very someone who not someone two people who really understand about
Okay.
kind of thing is
Right.
Arfan and Arifin, our operator.
Okay, so if we can have like division, you will have administrative division, technical division, public relation division, something like that. Maybe those three based on your experience. From that, you can grow it based on the needs on the field during the event. Okay. Who will buy the food, provide the food? Who usually do that?
The name of vendor is Ziena.
There are lots of vendors, but
Yeah.
we usually order through Sienna.
Okay, who will be in charge? Like everyone can do it or? Oh, okay, Cyril.
Cyril will contact the Ziena.
I have the contact of Sienna, but actually, who prepared the letter of Manjuan for the
Okay.
it will be switched.
Mhm. Well, actually, it's quite similar with other events, and you are all also experienced. Okay, next. Organizations and teams, you have to communicate with each other, make everything clear. I believe you have done that on your WhatsApp group. So defining rules of everyone involved. For example, you send a checklist of to-do lists and who will participate doing that. And set expectation. What actually your job and how you do it. And also you have one common mission, which you have to make AsiaCALL successful event, right? And you will also communicate with attendees. Do you also invite the students to only participate like as a viewers, as a listeners? Yes. Or do you only invite presenters? Presenters.
For all participants and presenters who registered.
Yeah, for example, if English teachers want to attend but don't want to present, yeah.
They will be a participant only.
Participants, okay. So attendees are participants. Maybe the lecturers, the students here also who got invited. Yeah. From the very receipt of the invitation and how you navigate them during the day of the event. And also participates in different activities. AsiaCALL conference is actually quite similar, but there is also differences there. For example, AsiaCALL will be held more than one day. Okay. So make sure every day you know what your task and who will be in charge and what activities from the very beginning until the end, so that you know step by step and don't get overwhelmed by the task. Speakers and presenters. Speakers from abroad, from here. I believe that you already in contact with them. Is that right? That Farah said you already in contact and buying them flight ticket.
Prepare for that.
Okay.
Preparing for that.
Okay, you're still in preparation for that. but there are people who are responsible for that already. Farah and also? No. Different people.
Yes.
Okay. And presenters. Have you known who are the presenters, or still like still organizing, still see whether there are presenters coming from maybe outside of the city or maybe outside of the Indonesia will come to Cirebon? You haven't known yet, right? Belum ada, belum tahu list speakers and presenters yang mau hadir di sini, for example. Oh, okay.
We forget about it if we have to mention specifically.
Right. Because you will treat them different, you have to know the expectation. For example, who will be online, who will be offline, so that you can organize better. So schedule technical requirements for the online and offline, and also the expectation from them. For example, if they are coming from outside of Cirebon, what you need to do, what you need to provide, something like that. If they are in online mode, what you need to do, for example, providing a WhatsApp group or anything similar that make you easy to communicate with them. And also vendors and partners, you have to ensure that they deliver services on time to specification of their task or their job. Okay, let's go to the next. Pre-event. So you have communicated with some of the people pre-event. What are they? Who are they? The committee, the vendors. Okay. Attendee communication, speaker and vendor coordination, right? Okay, next. Email draft relay. What communication mode do you usually use most? Is it email or WhatsApp?
For the AsiaCALL party.
Yes.
Email.
Email. Have you prepared your draft? Or someone will know exactly what to write?
Email and WhatsApp.
Email, also WhatsApp. Okay.
Early of our preparation, we have sent for several announcement of the event.
Okay.
Also yesterday, one of our team, Arfan, sent some of people about the reminder of the payment deadline.
Okay. Can you read it? Who will read? What is your name again? Salsa. Do you have the draft? Okay. So, okay. In that case, I actually want to know what is your role in AsiaCALL, maybe starting from Askia. Or you haven't decided like who in charge in what?
Only for administrator. So I gather some report from AsiaCALL, and after that I create the press release day per day, and I input that to website.
Okay.
National office website.
So website related job in AsiaCALL. And then Farah? MC, LO.
No, for MC we got people outside.
Okay.
And then Farah will be administration team. As what I have take a role in the previous. But as what I have mentioned before is that we have not divided
Okay.
to the specific division of a team. So Askia and Salsa will be involved in as a main team, as a committee, but until today we have not clear.
Okay, you will have a meeting later to discuss that. What you need, what person, what role, what task you need to execute, and you will begin from that. Okay, next. I actually want to ask you to draft the email, the reminder, but you have done that, right, Farah?
No.
Or Farah with, or other?
There's other people like Cyril and the
Cyril.
other team. Yeah, they have prepared about invitation and an announcement,
Okay.
unofficial announcement.
Cyril, can you read the announcement or the reminder for us? Oh, okay. Who are not here.
Yeah, but Cherry,
Mhm.
first
Okay.
of LTD has created this invitation draft message, and Mr. Lala also has revised it.
Okay. Do you have it on your WhatsApp group? Okay, can you read for us?
Official invitation for the second AsiaCALL International Conference 2025. 14 until 16 of November 2025. So di bawahnya UIN/SSC Cirebon, Indonesia. Education is changing and you are part of shaping its future. AI offers powerful opportunities for language education, but how do we keep human agency, empathy, and creativity at the heart of learning? Di bawahnya, we invite you to join AsiaCALL 2025, one of Asia's most distinguished academic gatherings on language education and technology. Di bawahnya, at AsiaCALL 2025, you will first checklist, present your research and get expert feedback. Second checklist, learn from world-class keynote speakers. Next checklist, network with educators from 17 plus countries. Next checklist, explore AI-driven innovation in teaching and learning. Last checklist, publish in top journals, including Scopus Q1, Call EG. For the highlights, keynote speaker from Australia, Thailand, Japan, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia. So special book launch, multisensory call for under-resourced universities and school in Indonesia. So for inquiries, please contact the email of AsiaCALL conference, also the link of website AsiaCALL.
Okay, nice. Right. To be more effective, you do not need to learn like everything because you have your own job, so that's okay too. So let's divide into, not divide actually, we will have the experience. Since you haven't decided who will be the front officer, maybe the LO as well, so let's learn together. Front office next. Front officer actually. Okay, so register and welcome guests, provide name tags and kits, offer information, coordinate with other division, handle, handle basic inquiries politely. You need to use English because it's international, but maybe you can use Bahasa Indonesia if the attendees are Indonesian. What do you think the most important aspect of being front officer? Friendly. Smile. Oh, okay, smile and make others convenience. Safe, yeah. Gercep but not in a hurry, yeah. Not in a rush, yes. Focus, calm, polite, smile, friendly. Tidak. Okay, next. Front officer example phrases. We have good morning, welcome to AsiaCALL 2025. May I have your name, please? The keynote session will start at 9 a.m. in where the event will happen. That floor here. Okay, in this building. Okay. Thank you. Please enjoy the conference. There are actually 4 phrases there. For the example, you will learn more by yourself. But can you guess the situation? Good morning, welcome to AsiaCALL 2025. What situation is that? The first letter is G, the last letter is G. Yes, that's right. May I have your name, please? R. Initial letter is R. The final letter is N. It's the very beginning activity when the guests arrive. Registration. Yes, registration. The keynote session will start at 9 a.m. in or on the 8th floor. On the 8th floor. I forgot.
Is there any typo, Miss, for the last letter?
I think it's N.
Yeah,
Yeah.
giving information.
Yes, giving information. And thank you. Please enjoy the conference. E is the initial letter. G is the final letter. What situation? A. Ending. Yes, that's right. Okay. Yeah. The very bottom of it. Okay. Next. Next is serving VVIP or executive. Who are they actually in AsiaCALL? In the case of AsiaCALL, who are the VVIP or the keynote speakers? What are who are they? What are their names? From
Australia.
what university? Charles Darwin University. And
Professor Ho, Vietnam. University is Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh University.
okay, and who else? From Japan. All right. For people from abroad, actually, they can be called by their name, but that's not formal. We want to keep it formal, so you can say maybe doctor or professor, yeah. And their last Doctor, associate professor. We don't usually call associate professor, no. We just call him or her Doctor Who. Okay. So those are the executive and also VVIP in the case of AsiaCALL. Next. Okay. I think you have done this. Who is the princess of Elsa?
Miss Nee.
Yeah, Miss Nee is a great example of serving people because it's her job. She's actually, the leading example for being LO. Maybe she has the training. Yeah, be present, smile all the time, and stand up great first. It's not only about the face, it's not only about the facial expression, it's also about the gesture, the attitude, your behavior. Knowing how to greet, how to stand up, how to offer, but do not offer all the time. That makes other uncomfortable. Smile, eye contact, and polite tone. Use title correctly. For example, Professor, Doctor, Mr. or Miss, Bapak or Ibu. And offer assistance. May I escort you to the hall? May I lead you to the conference? You need to know other way to say something. And never leave a VVIP unattended. Have you divided your role? For example, who will be in charge for Professor Andrew or Ania? Not yet. Okay. Handle the problems quietly and quickly. Do not freak out. Okay, next. Good morning, Professor Andrew. We are honored to have you here. Greeting. Allow me to assist you with your bag, sir. Offering help. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. I'll check it immediately. Yes, apologizing. I almost forgot what I have written there. Thank you for joining us. Have a pleasant day. Farewell. Okay. It's actually very small part of phrases of conversation because when you are assisting VVIP guests here, you will be with them before the event begin through the communication through email, and also when they arrive in Indonesia, they will fetch. Is it the student or
Since we will have time for the pickup, we will arrange the handling by the airport team members.
Okay.
So those guests will be picked up by some special forces, but special members.
Okay.
And they will welcome all the keynote speakers at the airport, and they will bring the speakers into probably some special rooms while waiting for others to come. And they will also arrange the travel from the airport to the hotel.
Okay, so this conference will hire professional for doing that things. Okay, so the LO will meet when they are here from the hotel or here? Oh, from the hotel. Okay, so you need to prepare for that. What to say, how to say. Miss Nee, she has actually a language of that. For example, when I arrived last time I came here, Miss Nee greeted me with smile and with salam and asking me like How was your travel, Miss? Gimana, Miss, perjalanannya? I think she's been trained for that as well. Yeah, asking something like that. Okay, next. It's very important you can imagine the situation and what to say and how to respond to any situation. So that's very important for you. This is the example for front officer. For example, in front officer, you will greet the attendees or the people who will come to the conference, and you will also organize registration matters, and you will interact with them. So make sure you prepare for all of that. And okay, I think we will practice just a little. Who will be the volunteer for the front officer and also one guest? Askia. Yes, please, Sasa. Who will be the front officer? Yeah. For example, this is the table of the front officer.
Good morning. Welcome to AsiaCALL 2025. May I have your name, please?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Maria from the Philippines.
Thank you, Dr. Maria. Here is your name, badge, and conference gift. The opening ceremony will begin at 9 a.m. in ballroom A.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Please enjoy the conference.
Okay. Yay. So that's one situation where you will greet the guest in the front desk. Okay, next. There are many scenarios that you have to prepare. For example, keynote speakers. What conversation or what situation do you think that you will have with the keynote speakers for LO? Offering help, for example.
Yeah, maybe asking for their presentation materials.
Okay.
And like what Miss needed.
Okay.
Asking,
Yeah.
Our keynote speakers experience in travel go to the ceremony.
Okay. Right. So ask their needs and everything related to the conference. And how about the presenters? There are two types of presenters, offline and online. For online, you normally will blast messages, right, through the WhatsApp group. For the offline presenters, you will also give the announcement as well through WhatsApp group. Mm-hmm.
How far your preparation for the presentation? So, are you ready?
Yeah, and they will talk with you like hours and no, I'm kidding. Okay. Next. Keynote speaker or the VIP guest. Okay, so that's all from me. After that, we will have discussion if we need. So being on the committee is not just about duties, but about representing our university's professionalism and warmth. Every smile, gesture, and greeting you give becomes the first impression of AsiaCALL 2025. Let's make it a memorable one. Okay, first impression is very important, so let's do it together. We can go to the next slide. I actually put the barcode for the last, the handout. I will give you the link through Farah, to all of you if you need that. Okay guys, I think that's all from me. Thank you very much for listening. Now let's go to probably have a question and answer or discussion session if we still have time. Do we still have time? Five minutes or
Miss, I want to ask that instead of organizing the team, we also need to have good preparation related to the administration.
Okay.
Okay, what I feel confused is that kita bisa mulai dari mana gitu Miss untuk organizing the team for our first event that really big.
Yeah, AsiaCALL is really big. The name is really big. You can begin with having organization structure, for example, so that everyone can have picture of what role they will put into the conference. So you can make the table, for example, you can make the organization structure, for example, or you can make list. For example, I have said to you that you have divided into 3 big divisions: public relations, administration, technical teams. Normally we have the chief, the secretary, and also the treasurer, and other related events, for example, who handle the food, who handle the security, something like that. I actually have the example, but I'm not sure. Yeah. So you have to form the organizing committee first, so that you are clear with the commitment that you will make for AsiaCALL, and start list the job or the task description, what to expect, what to do. I think I will give you the table because I have that table, for example. Like numbers, the person, the responsibility. Okay. And because you are all busy with your school internship, is that right? You have to set schedule for meetings, for making sure everything runs smoothly until the day of the conference. Yeah, you have to set up the schedule. Are there any students committee from the fourth, from the first or the third, not the first, the third or the fifth semester? Yes. Okay. One thing that you need to master is delegating the task. Don't put everything on yourself. You have to work together. Is there anything?
Cyril, I guess she has a question, Miss.
What question, Cheryl? Don't be shy.
Cyril, come on.
Yes.
We have to work together.
Yes.
But sometimes there are apa ya namanya ya?
Sometimes plan doesn't work as we planned before. Sometimes, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Well, that's actually trauma response that you're talking about. You are trapped in perfectionism, I think, based on my experience. That's okay if you feel that. It means that you are care with the task and you want to carry the responsibility really well. But just make sure you communicate with others and trust. Try to trust. Give your friends, yeah, you have to believe in them as well. If anything you need to discuss, you can discuss every time. But if you have your own task, do your own task. And later, you usually have other meetings. That time, you can have each other back. For example, to evaluate, to make things better. They have, I think you have to appreciate as well other effort. And also because being the committee for AsiaCALL is very big responsibility, you can help something or someone that you think need more help or evaluation in order to make it better. But separate it from the feeling, we need to stick to the fact. If there is something lack, we need to make it better, for example, yes, do it. Tell them and improve it together.
So it is better when we found something that it is lack. It is better for us to communicate with
Yes.
the person in charge, not
Yes.
adjust it by our own self.
No, we need to talk. Because probably we as individual, we have our own perspective. Sometimes I cannot see what you see. Bukan yang ini ya, gaib-gaib ya. Yes, so that's how we work as a team. We complete each other. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all from me. If anything, you can always ask me through WhatsApp. I hope that it's beneficial for you, this session with me. And I hope that you will be successful in being the committee for AsiaCALL 2026 in 35 days later. Yeah, 35, 36. Okay, inshallah. And thank you again, Palala, for inviting me, for sharing what I have. If anything like from me or any mistake from me, please, I apologize. Okay, I think that's all from me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, everybody. So we are coming to the end of the show. So we've been running, two different agendas today. The first one is research training with Dr. Emma Skuberg, and in the second session we had Miss Nia in our afternoon show. It's all about the technical preparation for the AsiaCALL conference. And this is actually a very exclusive event for the interns here at the office near. And one of my biggest responsibility as the director of the international office is to provide capacity building mechanisms for my team, because that's actually part of the questions or parts of the the questions that we found at ISO. We just had completed the AMI, Audit Mutu Internal, and we are very fortunate to have this strong team being together, because we now have the higher assessment. Last year we had Audit Mutu Internal for the very first time in my administration, and we had sedang, the nilainya sedang, but this year, well, the result was just released actually a week ago, and now we had this hasil assessment as sangat tinggi. So in terms of performance, we have a very high performance rate this year, and alhamdulillah, I think our every single effort hopefully is becoming a new blessing for all of us, and that is one of the best things I'm always grateful. Okay, and yeah, we are now working very hard to make sure that the AsiaCALL can run smoothly. It's for the first time for the university to run this big show. Yeah, in the past we had a international conference, joint international conference with Kementerian Agama, probably 2 years ago, and I was part of the committee and also the moderator and reviewers as well for the conference. But it has nothing to do with the digital learning at all. It was more about pengabdian kepada masyarakat, but not about the digital pedagogy. And I do believe that in terms of research topics that are sent to the committee, we are also happy that there are more variations in terms of research themes that are generated by the presenters. And we would also thank you for joining us again, for the show, and I do hope that we can create more collaborative projects together. So yes, AsiaCALL is a new milestone for all of us here, but I and my Mahaguru and all the executives of the AsiaCALL would love to have more collaborative projects in the future. And if we can have a successful conference this year, it means that we can have bigger and more successful events in the upcoming years, inshallah. So everybody, thank you for joining us this entire day. Terima kasih untuk semua tim. They have been working very hard. Karena hari Sabtu tuh biasanya berat ya, turun gunung dari Kuningan ke Cirebon yang super macet. Gitu. Kebetulan motor saya jarang dipakai, jadi saya lebih senang pakai motor on the weekends. So hati-hati kawan-kawan pulang. Kita ketemu lagi insyaallah kapan-kapan. Thank you for joining us again. Have a nice weekend. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.